Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Friday, November the 21st. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, Mike. I'm going to ask the question in the main room so you guys can hear me and see my screen. And if somebody could do me the same favor in YouTube, can you hear me and see my screen in YouTube? All right, guys. Well, after yesterday, I don't know what to expect today. I know the markets are a little bit today, up 3 points. In the old days, that would be a big run, but we'll have to see what happens. See if this can maintain. We had quite a day yesterday. A big sell-off that started at 10:45 and basically lasted all day. Went into post-market also. But let's see what's happening today. Now, the first thing is great call by Shady. I don't know how many weeks ago it was, but boy, look at Bitcoin now. Thank you, Dorf, Jethro, and Shadan in our YouTube room. Great, you guys can hear me and see my screen. So look at Bitcoin now is around 80, say 84,000, a little 83,800. Look at IBIT. Wow. I think this is the high for Bitcoin up here. I mean, I'm just using IBIT, of course, as you can buy this and basically mirror Bitcoin's move. 71.81, $47. This was when was this? This was say that was October the 6th or November the 21st now. So say 6 weeks ago. And it's been on a steady run down. Not steady. There was this little pop here that I thought, okay, maybe it's going to come back. But so that's Bitcoin. IVDA, this was a sub $1 stock. It's right at a dollar. It came from 64 cents. Something about signing a manufacturing partnership with AOI Zero Tech. This is over in is with an Arab organization for industrialization in Egypt. Okay, so that is the deal with IVDA. NVRI. So I'm not 100% sure I understand. I don't know if this is some kind of a well, it says it's a spin-off, there, but I don't know if anything remains in NVRI. I don't know if this is like, I mean, it's a lot of money trading higher after the company announced a $3 billion clean earth sale to Veolia and spin off its new Enviri business. So I'm not sure how to read this. I'm going to read it. I'm not sure how to interpret it exactly. At any rate, the market is reacting very positively to that. MNDR, continuation from yesterday. They did have a little bit of news also today. An MOU to secure two Malaysian AI data center projects. So more news, but the big day was yesterday, of course, with MNDR. Actually, it didn't do too badly either, because when you look at it, got up to 317 and it closed at 305. So that's not bad. Compare that to, I know SGBX is, where is it? This is not up 5% anymore. Yeah, it was up to 450 and it's right back down to four. But look what happened to it yesterday, guys. I mean, it got up to 932, but look where it closed. Closed at 371. So that is a pretty tough, I think, to convince people that there's going to be another run. But you never know. And that sell-off, in my opinion, had really nothing to do with the overall market. I mean, maybe it did, but I mean, these sort of stocks, they don't care that much about what the overall market's doing. Earnings play. Here's a gap. The gap, guys. The gap is an earnings play, and it is gapping up a little bit. Actually, again, it's a big gap. 8.4% with 243 million in the float. So that is, that's a nice move, and that's an earnings play. Another earnings play. On the downside is ESTC, big gap down, 10%, 92 million in the float, so not a huge float, not low. But this is ESTC is an earnings play. Now, with the gap, depending on what the market does today, even I mean, I think we have to look at these stocks, these ones that have moved higher as potential, excuse me, potential fades, guys, because depends what the market does, of course. Because when you look at, well, actually, look at the gap right here. 2507 is the next high. That was last week's high. Suppose if we can get through that, then the next high is way up here around 29. So, I'll put a price alert around 2512. If it takes out that high last week, maybe, I mean, maybe it continues. As look, get it wrong, guys. So it's AZTA. AZTA, this is an earnings play. Excuse me, an earnings play. Not a lot of volume yet. Sure, it'll pick up though. But this is an earnings play. Beautiful. 21%, 22% run. There's the weekly chart. Weekly chart. So the next high in the weekly chart is around 38.50. So there is still room to run on the weekly chart anyway. And that is for AZTA. Not a lot of volume yet though. Again, though, can we really believe these moves are going to hold the way the market's been? When I was reading this information about ANAB, this has been a lawsuit since 2014. I mean, I know the court system can be very slow, but man, oh man. So, NABS tumbles after the latest legal battle over a cancer drug, breaching a 2014 license deal for its cancer drug, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So, that is the reason for ANAB. I wish too bad William's not here to really analyze this. What else do they have got going? I mean, it's not. I mean, it's down 12%. It's not like catastrophic yet. Sorry guys, voice is a little ragged this morning. CMCT, wild one over the last few days. Yeah. What did it get up to? Yesterday got up to 1148. Closed down here. A little bit like the SGBX. You got that right, SKM, regarding all these companies getting into crypto, switching gears and changing their entire business and basically buying some coin, as in BMNR. No, they didn't change businesses. This is what their business was going to be. Where could there be support for IBIT? So when you look at a weekly chart, the next low looking left is this is 47. I mean, I don't have a Bitcoin chart, but if I'm just looking at IBIT, the next low on a weekly chart, but you would 42. I'm going to put a pressure down here. I mean, if it took that out, look out. I mean, it's already a lookout, but no, I know, Mike. but LZB, well, it did fade a little bit and then it came back up. You're right. I mean, I don't have a crystal ball to know that gap is going to fade, but I remember this because I was looking to short this. But you're right. It did. It was still strong. It didn't really react to the overall market conditions. I just I mean, like I think this is nothing new. I'm not stating anything new. I think most people out there are looking to fade these tops till the market proves us otherwise. That has been a good strategy. Yeah, I did see this as SHPH. Somebody just mentioned it, SHPH. I looked at it and I thought, man, oh man, I mean, it's so erratic so far in the pre-market. The next high looking left is 230. It did get up to 256 in the pre-market. See if they had any news. Well, they had negative news yesterday. They were selling 620. I don't know if it's financing. So it was down yesterday. I saw Chai, but Chai's dropped off the list now. All right, SGBX has come back on the list. Remember, this is the top 16, okay, or 15, top 15 stocks in terms of the percentage moves. Always referring to the close of yesterday, okay? So, well, it just showed that back up 162. It just showed back on the list of the top 15 stocks in terms of percentage moves. But I mean, again, that's pretty devastating, going from 933 down to 381 yesterday. No news today that I could see. Sava, SAVA. These stocks have just been absolutely beaten up. T's up, TZUP. I love it. Thumbs up media. I don't know. I look at this daily chart. Doesn't look like there's enough room. Lithium plays, guys, that were in vogue for a couple of days. Now, this is Argentina. Did I read that they're not going to do the $20 billion now? Did I read something about that? That now Argentina is not going to get $20 billion. There's going to be some other restructuring. All right, guys. Well, let's take a look at this at the wow, 14. What a remember the SPY at one point was up about 12 and it closed down 10. I mean, at 22. Haven't seen a swing like that since April. All right, let's take a look at some of the major sectors. So here's XLE still above the 200-day. Retail, I think retail. Okay, well, there's the gap. I mean, it is. Give me a moment here. How do I? Yeah, that's what I kind of thought. I know, retail has been hovering around the 200-day moving average, but now it broke down below it, closed down below it, a little bit above it right now, but it did close below the 200-day moving average yesterday. Take a look at Gap, the Gap, healthcare. See if healthcare is still. What happened yesterday? I mean, I can't. Sure most of the sectors. Still not horrible. I mean, it is still hanging tough. I think healthcare has still been kind of the strong sector through all this. Okay, this is kind of consolidating up in this area, well above the 200-day moving average now. We look at communications, XLC, and we see the 200-day. Get closer. There it is down here. Getting closer. Technology should be about the same. Yeah, look at this. I mean, getting closer. Financials, that's the one, guys. Financials. Let's see where it is. Where it is. Yeah. So you can see at the beginning of the day, when the market was ripping. That's what most of the industries were doing. Most of the sectors, but it closed. I can't really move and expand this a bit there. Look at that. Close underneath. Close underneath. So a little bit like retail, like close underneath, and then but it's a little bit above right now. It did close underneath the 200-day moving average yesterday. Staples, which has been a very weak sector, still weak, still underneath. Industrials, yeah, all the sector, most of the sector. That's why I'm saying XLV has been very strong, comparatively speaking. Healthcare sector has been comparatively strong, comparatively speaking to the other sectors. Here's materials underneath. Let's take a look at utilities. I want to see how. Yeah, I mean utilities. Even utilities has been weakening. This is usually when utilities are strong. Usually that's when the market is a little bit weaker overall. People don't want to take these stocks because they have dividends and things like that. Let's take a look at the semis. Now let's just take a look at the SPY. I haven't really looked at the SPY. Where is it with respect to the 200-day moving average? I mean, it's still probably well above, but yeah, it's still well above it. But trading. So, Shaw, yeah, you're asking me in our YouTube room. First, because I'm not a swing trader, my opinion about entering a bear market. Of course, I approach the market differently from anybody who's looking to swing and entering the market with a swing trade in mind. I mean, until the market, until we, if I were, I mean, until the market, in my opinion, settles down a bit, I'm not, I would not be trying to pick a bottom. But as far as an intraday trader goes, I mean, whether we're in a bear market or a bull market, intraday, it's easier in a bull market. There's no question. It's easier in a bull market, even intraday. But as far as entering right now as a swing, because I think you're talking swing trading, Shaw, right? I mean, if the SPY took out these two weekly lows briefly yesterday, I mean, to me, it would. I don't know. I mean, I don't know what. I don't know where support is for the SPY. I mean, maybe it's here, maybe it's there. 650. We can talk about 650 a bit. Okay, IVDA. Wow, so strong in that it's over a dollar. So we did have some news today. Advances with the Egyptian localization strategy. I think this is not. I don't think this is. I think this news hit back here also. I want to say because I do recall this one IVDA. I do recall something to do with Egypt or some company anyway. Something to do with Egypt. But look what happened afterwards. I mean, 225 and the 60 cents. I mean, yeah. Well, Shaw. I mean, and look at crypto. Obviously, I mean, I don't know. I don't know enough about support and resistance for this one. I mean, I put a price alert down here. I'm using IBIT as a sort of a crypto proxy. $43 down here. There was a low right there of 47, but it's quite a thumping from a high. I can't remember what the actual high for crypto was for Bitcoin was 125,000 maybe in that range. So to go from 125 down to right now 83,000. That is a big drum. Now you're talking about Sangamo. Is that SGMO? I don't see it anywhere. So maybe is it under a dollar? Yes, that's why I don't see it. Okay. I mean, here's another one, guys. I mean, I used to see Sangamo a lot, and let's take a look at it on a weekly chart. I mean, this was I mean, I remember it's 5 years ago. I get it. It was a $20 stock, maybe even more. Well, even while Riot's having a little. Sorry, it's not having a pop. It did have a little pop. It actually got positive. All right, guys. Well, I'm going to get the layout, my 930 layout up and running now. So let me get rid of this one. All right, I'm going to get this my layout up and running. This is my 930 layout. All right, guys. So what you saw before were the top 15 in terms of the pre-market actives up. These are the top six now. I did talk about MFI. MFI. That was a big one. Yes, well, big one. I mean, it got up to 1833, and it closed down here at 11. So we did talk about the IVDA, the NVRI, the MNDR, the ASTA. We talked about all these except for the MFI. This is a private placement of $500 million to launch it. Wrong time to do this. Well, maybe not. Maybe they're going to be picking up whatever they're trying to do to initiate a digital asset treasury strategy. Okay, so they're actually going to be buying Bitcoin. Okay, well, better than 125, I guess. So yesterday, the gap continuation or reversal. It won't. This I doubt if it's going to happen again like yesterday. Yesterday we had way too many to come in here, and that was because the market gapped up so much, and so we had a lot of gap up and reversals right from the get go. Okay, because as the market started to fade, and then it just was way too many alerts all day long. I don't anticipate that today, but I still think the market is in fade mode mindset. I mean, let's take a look at that VWAP right there. I will put a price alert around the VWAP, see if it at least see if it holds it. Yeah, UPXI just showed up here, guys. UPXI. Well, what looked like good news. Here's a director that bought 50,000 shares, $127,000 worth of this stock. I wonder what price it was at 255. There's been something else going on. Plus, he bought 200,000 yesterday at 273, or at least this was the filing. Okay, the disclosure. And then he bought some more at a lower price at 255. Market's not carrying right now. All right, guys, give me one moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm now back again. So I am looking at this market. When I say the market, I'm talking the SPY, of course. Well, there's your SGMO showing up here now. Has to be at least over 50 cents now. My the low here is my range is 50 cents. That's the low. Not sure why I do that because I never trade them. I think I do it because just in case others, point out opportunities for others who don't mind trading stocks that are under a dollar. All right, guys. Well, we've got 20 seconds to the 9:30 open. So let's have a great end to this trading week, okay? Gonna get rid of this, get rid of this. And now nothing will happen in this window until at least 9:45. Okay, and that's by design. This is the gap window. All right, guys. Well, market 9:30 has approached, and we're not just approached, we're through it. I know a lot of you follow Webull, guys. Webull, Bull, Bull. It's an earnings play. I don't know, guys. We're getting this little sell flag right there, but let's see what happens. Opening bar in the market. We'll start to, here we go. There's the SGBX. Okay, let's take a look at SGBX. It's a market high. So let's see, 450 was the high in the pre-market, approximately. For the crypto play, IREN. MNDR, guys. MNDR is a holding for or trying to have a little pop up for. Big fade from well, maybe not. Well, let's see now. That up to 482. Looking in the pre-market, actually got higher, 537. So pretty big sell-off from the high in the pre-market. Good day though yesterday. Really good day yesterday for this MNDR. And I call something a good day if it closed near the high, and that's what it did. I mean, it obviously had a huge move, and it also closed near the high. Didn't sell off. Hmm. Speaking of sell off, not in it, but look at the gap now, guys. Now that this, doesn't mean it's going to continue down. Wow, 25 down to 23, whatever. There's a bit of a recovery happening. Is ESTC? It's an earnings play. Still down 9%, but a bit of a recovery. Ugly, ugly, ugly. So this is MSTR, guys, an ETF or MSTR. Look at this. Oh, a two-timer. So this is MSTR, an ETF to go long. Yeah, well, you can see it's exactly the same. ASPI. Guys, here's the VWAP now for the SPY. You can see that it got into the VWAP. VWAP is moving higher, but there's the VWAP. Got into it. Our first halt of the day, guys. CMCT. This is William's favorite stock. If he were here, he would do a spit take. Halted on the way down. Okay, guys. Well, SGBX is moving. It is moving. But I typically do not like trading in the first 15 minutes. I know I run the risk of having something run on me right off the bat and not being in it. But I've just seen, for me personally, okay, I've just seen too many times where in the first 15, stocks can be so erratic, jumpy, volatile. Not that after 15 everything settles down, but certainly in the first 15. So I just tend to sit it out. Here's data vault, guys. So DVLT, the high yesterday was 195. If it can take that out, well, pretty close still, 218. To me, it doesn't have enough room. Speaking of erratic, look at the gap now. I mean, look, look, 2377 I got to. Imagine if you said, okay, I'm going to take this at 25. Look like you'd be out. You'd have to be out if you have any sort of a stop. But then it comes right back up, and that's what drives you crazy. And you say, well, why did I have a stop? I shouldn't have had a stop because I knew it was going to come back up. Well, no, you didn't. All right, DJT, why is this moving? And NOX guys, very active over the last few days, approaching yesterday's high. But when you look left, look at all the potential resistance for me anyway. That's what I see. Again, guys, I'm really just waiting for stocks to show up here in my gap scanner. Again, I put a delay. I don't want to see anything until at least 9:45. Again, it doesn't mean I'm going to get anything at 9:45, but that is the earliest I will see anything in this scan. That's if you don't know how to do that, if you want to show you how. So we have a time of day. We have a time of day filter. So I don't want so that I put 15 in here. So that's basically preventing anything from showing up until at least 15 minutes after the market opens. You don't have to do it. You don't want to. You want to see stuff right from the beginning. That's only for this scan. Now, if you have our AI, by design, there'll be nothing until at least 9:40, 10 minutes after the market. That's by design. It's nothing you can control. Oh, guys, okay. Well, the NVDA hit. I'm not small. I'm not surprised, but holding a dollar. So the next high. I mean, if you're in this one now, the next high looking left is 124, looking good. And then you've got all this area that it could stall if you're already in this one. Well, happy Fin fan. I'll try to, you know, get optimistic with you, but We need a bunch of blue bars here. Okay. I mean, the market doesn't have to rip up 10 points or anything, but just settle down. Not in that way. Not in that way, guys. So the SPY just took out the VWAP. Well, continuing down here, Bath and Body Works, BBWI, continuing down. This is an all-time low. Earnings play yesterday, all-time low. Feel like having an early short on this one now. It's underneath 15. I mean, who's going to buy it? It's like what good news is there now? I mean, there isn't. It was an earnings play yesterday, all-time low. I mean, I know that people out there looking for bounce plays. I get it, but in this market, to try to play bounce plays right now doesn't seem to be the way to go. One more. So just as I said that, somebody obviously decided to take a. I'm not short it yet, but take a look at BBWI. Hmm. Legal pimp. Interesting. So when you go to file, well, load from cloud. I mean, hopefully you've saved everything into the cloud. If you haven't, I'm not sure. I mean, Pepe probably knows there's some folder somewhere, but you've not saved your layout to the cloud, because it should be. If you did, then it should be here and shouldn't matter. Should not matter how you shut your computer down. Remember, guys, I know I sort of nag a bit, but the, always save your layouts, save individual scans, etc., to the cloud. Mm, yeah. Well, okay. I know there's a folder somewhere. I don't know if Pepe's around. There you go, Pepe. There's a backups folder, which I think automatically backs up your. So you have to find your trade ideas backups folder, legal, and it should be there then. Well, that's nice. I knew there was a back some kind of a. I just don't know where it is. I mean, I know if you go into your Explorer, I'm assuming you have a Windows computer, File Explorer, then you'll see that I'm assuming you'll see the trade ideas area, and then it should be a backup folder. There you go, documents. In Documents, Trade Ideas Pro. So go to your Documents folder and then Trade Ideas Pro, and you should see it there. Thank you, Pepe. As always. ADPT guys, ADPT. This is bucking the trend. So the high yesterday was 1697. I'm just waiting here. I'm just waiting for these. Yeah, the spy is cracking. I mean, it's not. I mean, I always look at the VWAP and what is it doing around the VWAP, and you can see that it's breaking down underneath the VWAP again. Another cheap one, guys, for those of you who don't mind playing the sub $1 ones, RVPH. Hey, give me one moment, guys. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Another one on the move down, guys. ZVRA, ZVRA. Yeah, look at SGBX. Now it's underneath 4. The ZVRA is down. Let's see if there's any actual news on it. Announces a CFO transition. So I don't know if this was planned. The chief CFO, William always looks at the CFO as being even more important almost than the CEO. So stepping down from his position, I don't know if that was planned though. The way the market's reacting, it looks like it was not planned. So that is ZVRA. Shares available for me to short. I'm not going to do it now, of course. It's too extended, but now legal. What are you going to do when what are you going to do when you load your layout? What are you going to do? What's the first thing you're going to do after you load your layout? Thank you. Save my layout to the cloud. I nag a lot about this, guys, but there's a classic situation. If you hadn't come into the room and got the help from Pepe, okay, BBWI. Give me one moment, guys. Okay, looking at a short for BBWI now. It's underneath 14 or 15 again. And a little pop. I'm looking at a short, trying to see if this little bounce is, I mean, it's a 2 cent bounce. Yeah, we got a little choppy action right now, right around the VWAP for the SPY to start off with. Okay. Well, I think the NNOX, so last time I saw it was over 420. So coming into what I consider a lot of resistance areas, but it may not. Give me a moment. Well, I'm looking at this BBWI, but it's popping a little bit. Just trying to see if it holds this area. I probably take the short if it gets that back down to 1480. All right. Well, look at this, guys. I said 9:45 would be the earliest we'd get anything in here, and nothing in here yet. Interesting. I got to make sure I haven't unchecked everything. Nope. Alert windows are not working properly. Oh, I wonder if that's. This is the only alert window I've got. Let me break one out. Well, you know what? Let me get which I know an active one. Okay, well, I got one here, so I want to make sure the alert windows are working. So I know what you're saying. You attach a symbol list to your alert window. So what are you saying? Are you saying that you didn't have the option to attach the symbol list? Is that what you mean when you say the option is blank? Hmm. Not for me. I wonder why. I'm just looking here. You can see what I've done. If I wanted to attach a symbol list, if I did want to attach a symbol list to this window, I it's not blank. Oh, I see. Yeah, this is blank. You're right. Whoa. Okay. Now, let me just do a I'm sorry, I thought you weren't getting any alerts at all. So let me just do a reset, see if that helps at all. Reset, Abby always says do it a few times. So let me see if that helps at all. That did it for me. That did it for me. Okay. So do some resets. Okay, so if you reset a few times, okay, because they did come back for me. Okay. Well, that's not okay. Well, I guess I don't know how to help that, Obi, but unfortunately, you're gonna have to just check them again, I guess. It's a little crazy that they're not saved into the cloud, though. This is interesting. I'm getting nothing in the gap continuation or reversal scanner. Did I make sure I didn't do something dumb? Yeah, still 15 minutes. Okay. Let me break it. I broke it out before. I just want to just let's see a gap up and reverse. Oh, here we go. Okay, here we go. So we're getting one now. Gap up and go. Now, the day before yesterday, we only had about 10 total for the day. Yesterday, we had like, so many because of the way the market was. All right, guys, and all that, BBWI. Okay, let me see if it's going to work for me. I'm in the short around 1485. And there, I like to see that. Like to see this over and over again. There's a little red. I don't know, SK. On Wednesdays, you can certainly ask that question to Dan, the CEO of Trade Ideas, and see what he has to say. I haven't had an issue. I have not had an issue with my system with Trade Ideas for several months now. Ever since I did the thermal pasting, and even Pepe has not noticed that. So I don't know what to say. So again, I'm a little reluctant on a gap up and go. I almost want to get rid of this one, but I will keep it. I will keep it active just because I just don't have any faith in going long anything. Morning, Michelle, in our YouTube room. Herbalife earnings play? No, it is not an earnings play. Look at Herbalife. I mean, over the last 4 days, including today, 3 days previous, and now today, been on a run, completely and utterly counter to the market. Yeah, getting tired of this, but okay, we're now breaking down again through the VWAP for the SPY. We're just sort of chopping around the VWAP area right now, sort of a little bit directionless, a little bit. Webull is an earnings play. All right, okay, BBWI, had a little faith in you. So Webull, I'm sorry, you guys were talking about the MFI also. Yeah, when the MFI, okay, so they're looking to buy Bitcoin. They're doing their DAT, digital asset treasury. They're getting involved in that also, and to buy Bitcoin. Come on down, BBWI. Look at the gap. I mean, the gap has been it's been a tough trader though, in my opinion. Just the way you look at me, like a big that big move down. That was pre-market, I think. Yeah, well, right at 9:30, it'll pop up, move down. No AI alerts yet. Nope. Arthur, nope. Yeah, I noticed that too. All right, MMDR. Wow. I mean, this has been a nice one. I mean, yesterday, beautiful one, closed near the high, continuing today, signing an MOU to secure two, something to do with Malaysia. This is it's actually a Malaysian, no, Singaporean stock. Coming right into the VWAP, okay? Right into that VWAP. Will that stall it? No shorts available for me for this one, MNDR, in case it cannot get through the VWAP. All right, guys, 10:06. So I will go over my homepage, and I know we have the promo codes are alive today, okay, to get 25% or 30% off. All right, so here are the codes, okay? So you can use Barry 30 to get 30% off a premium annual, okay? Premium annual, and Barry 25 for 25% off all the other plans. So that would be the monthlies or the standard annual, okay? So understand what this means. Barry 30, you have to take out a premium annual though, and you'll get 30% off. Otherwise, Barry 25 to get 25% off the first month only, or 25% off as standard annual. Okay, that's the code. That I think it's good till about December 2nd. And I'll ask if you're going to take out a subscription at some time in the future, please use my code. That will help to keep the rooms free. I'm moderating a YouTube room and this room, the trading room. And when the company sees my code being used enough, they don't mind keeping the room free. Okay. Now, speaking of that, if you're in YouTube right now and you're looking for a more active room, you can come into the trading room. Okay. It's just a lot more active, more traders interacting amongst each other. Okay. YouTube is fine if you just want to hear me and see my screen, but you don't care about interacting with other traders. Okay. But, and it's free also. The trading room is free, just like the YouTube room is free. So here's the format for the rooms. This room, the trading room, is open at around 6:45, Monday to Friday, Eastern time in the morning, of course. And I open YouTube around 8:30. I get on the mic, both rooms at 9 o'clock Eastern time. And why so late for me? Because, well, first of all, Obi in the trading room, that's what he does. He's on the East Coast. So I live in Vancouver, Canada. So a little early for me, which would be 4:45 my time. So anyway, Obi opens the room at 6:45. Now the room, I usually take off sometime between 2 and 2:30. All depends on questions. If I have questions, I'll stick around as long as there are questions. But even after I leave, most of the time, usually it's William. William's off today again. But maybe Obi will keep the room a little open after I leave. He's not required to do so. And we'll certainly know as we get close to when I'm going to leave, we'll know. Now, if you take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, first thing you must do, you click on my homepage link, scroll down, click on that education section, and then the Getting Started with Trade Ideas. The Getting Started with Trade Ideas. First thing you must do, 12 short videos to get you started. If you don't have Trade Ideas and you're kind of wondering about the program, you can start off on that second video and go to the end. That should give you an idea about whether or not this is the type of program you might want to try for at least a month. What I would do before you would even take out a monthly subscription. Okay, you might as well take a look at the videos. They're short videos. Again, should give you an idea about what we're capable of doing. Back to basics. If you are new to trading, this is a free series of videos for you. There are about 15 of them, free series. And last, if you're looking for my scans or my information, it could be scans, could be compare count windows, could be top list windows, etc. Here they are. So this is the gap continuation or reversal right here. It's generally not that active, which is okay. I don't mind that. I use this like a watch list. This is the movers to the upside versus the movers to the downside right here. Ultra zooms is down here. This is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market act is up and pre-market act is down. A couple of races. I don't have them up and running, but I have a couple of races that you can take a look at if you want. And a couple of other scans that I do not have up and running, the momentum scan and then the Pepe combo scan. The fact I don't have them up and running doesn't mean they're bad. It just means I'm concentrating on just these two to give me ideas. Okay. So this is a trading room, but it's also a support room. So if you do have questions, you can ask me questions all day long. If it's an accounting type question, I probably will not be able to answer it, but I can direct you to people who can. Okay. MAGN guys on the move. Big one from yesterday again, but look again. Look what happened. It up to 1250, closed down here at 10. But and the market is still what I consider kind of chopping around the VWAP area. If the market does put in a bit of a rally, which it is not yet, okay. I mean, something like the CWK could be pretty good. But it doesn't have that much room. I mean, look, 16 is the high right there. We're at 1562. Yes, we had the alert at 1564. So it's still hanging around the alert price. I wish there was more room. For instance, if the next high was up here, 1637, I'd be a lot more interested in it. Yeah, so let me go over the sector channel, okay? I know I don't often look at the sector channel. There's a little BBY, BBWI making another new low. So if I click on new and then docked channel bar, remember, click on docked channel bar, not channel bar. Click on the show more. Where is it? There he is, sector status. So the sector status channel. So I think I know why SKM is liking this. And why this can be, something you could do this every single day and that's it. And again, I have to remind you, if you click on new, do not click on channel bar, click on dock channel bar. The reason you click on dock channel bar is look what happened. Here's my layout, okay? It still remains. If you click on channel bar and you load something from the channel bar, not the docked channel bar, your layout will disappear. So the whole idea of the dock channel bar is you can kind of surf through the different channels and you don't have to worry about your layout disappearing. And why we have the channel bar still there, I have no idea. Anyway, so what this is doing, this is showing you these are the major sectors, okay? XLB, XLY, etc. So these are the ones that are up from the close. You can see that 84% of them are up from yesterday's close. Doesn't mean they're ripping. It just means that it could be like 0.001% above yesterday's close. So that's why. So if you scroll down a bit, now you can see what the weak sectors are. The weaker sectors here, the Qs, XLE, XLK. Again, they're not. It's not like they're down a huge amount, but these are the weaker sectors right now. So that's one way of looking at it. Okay, you can sort of zero in on the strong and the weak sectors. But now let's take a look at some of the sectors. So we'll look at utilities as an example. Utilities, 83% of them are up from yesterday's close. Again, it doesn't mean they're ripping, but here's SRE, it's up 1.7%. But maybe more interesting would be to take a look at because 86% are up, but there are 13% of them are down. Let's take a look at the ones that are down. These are running counter to the sector. The sector is basically positive, but these ones are running counter to the sector. So you could click on it, click on CEG. Let's see what's happening. Why is CEG, not running with the rest of the sector? Maybe there's some news on it. That's how I'd be looking at this if I were paying, if I were looking at it. Look at retail. Retail's a great example. And retail, obviously, retail is doing well today. I mean, we've got W up 6.5%. Ross up 5. But look, there is one at least that is down for the day, or several. So look at BKE. Click on it. This is running counter to the sector. 94% of them are up for the day. This one, there's only a very few that are down for the day. So click on it, see what's happening. So SKM, I don't know if that's how you're using it. Here's healthcare. Which one is down for the day? TMO. But you can also look at it the other way and say, well, let's take a look at the strongest one in the sector. Let's look at it and see what's happening. Then you get some sectors that are 50-50. Another one, materials. No, 92% are up. Which one is down? ALB. For some reason, it is running counter to the sector. Maybe it's an earnings play. Maybe they have some news on it. Maybe they have news specific to it. So, there is a way in which you every day, that's all you look at. And just taking a look to see what are the strong stocks within a sector, what are the weak stocks, and concentrating on them. So you could have your layout up and running, and depending on how many monitors you've got, you could have this one stuck on another monitor. Now you notice what happens. Now for me anyway, it starts to, the more layouts you have up and running, it's going to start to degrade your system a bit. Notice see how it's now sort of a kind of a brownie tone now instead of green. Watch what happens when I get rid of that sector or that channel. It's going to turn bright green again. Doesn't mean you can't do it, but just so you know, the more channels that you have up and running, it's going to degrade your system a bit. So when you say how to limit the number of symbols in a scan, are you talking about a scan like an alert window? Now, are you talking about the don't repeat function, or are you talking about literally, I only want to see like what, so what do you mean? Do you mean like, I bought the don't repeat version of this scan, okay? And so I'm only going to see the stock the first time that it was alerted in here. Is that what you mean? So when you say 287, so you've got, well, okay. Okay, well, there's one thing I would do is I would tighten up my restrictions. Okay, so I don't know what filters you're using, but you might want to increase the filter values or add more filters. So you're limiting. That's the whole idea. You don't want to have. I mean, yesterday was a unique day for this scan because normally. Oh, you're talking about here. Okay, well there's no way you can limit it. You're talking about this. Yeah, there's no way you can limit it. I mean, you can In fact, I don't like. There's no clear function. I mean, the best you can do is just sort of shrink it. Okay. So you just want to see the ones today, but yeah, there's no way you can just because you cannot control anything in here. Now, typically, you're not going to see anything with like super low volume or anything like that. Yeah, there's no way you can do what you I think what you're trying to do. All those strategies that are here are not customizable in the Market Explorer. All these, I don't even know how many people. I don't even know why we have them anymore. I can see why we still have this one, but all these other ones, I have no idea anybody ever uses them really. All right, guys. Well, BBY, BBWI working out nicely for me. Continuing. Give me a moment, please. All right, guys. So, well, this is turning out very nice for me, the BBWI. So now the way to use this is, you see one little green here. I would be looking at it, see, well, why is this one moving? I see a red. Yeah, Whippy is right. Barry with a Y. Still direction unknown. I still have I'll put a pressure alert up here, and I'll put a pressure alert way down here. Yeah, nothing in the AI today. We'll just do a check just to, yeah, Chris is saying the same thing. We check to make sure nothing's up on that. Usually, it's unusual. I think there's only been, I know of only one day, there might have been 2 days where we haven't had any AI alerts. And first time was Brexit. Okay, QDEL. I wish we get some gap up on reverses, but well, it's got room. I mean, QDEL has room. There's a high right there of 23.25, so it's above that. The next high is way up there at 27. So if we think, is there any news on this one today? Specific news. I mean, there was some news yesterday. Some officer acquiring 2,600 shares at 21.28, and the CEO bought 23,000 shares. Yeah, you know what? Put $500,000 into it at 21.34. So I guess that is kind of the news that happened yesterday. Okay, guys, I've covered most of my BBWI. Okay, I'm going to hold on. The wave is still not. It's starting to curl a bit. Remember, I have these things thumbnailed on my other monitor, and so I'm looking at a 2 minute now. So there's the curl. I got all the way down to 1440. So from 1485, I didn't take anything off until about 1450, and now most of everything now. Well, let's see now. You know what? Maybe the gap up and goes will start to work. This is definitely interesting. Okay, the QDEL has to be interesting. Yeah, no, nothing, Michelle. Nothing in her AI yet. You're talking about no alerts yet. Chris is checking to see if there's anything going on. If the market ever did anything, like maybe want to move higher, you know what? This is stuck. That is a problem. That is stuck. Why? This is a bug I've got. I don't know why. Yeah, happens to me. Maybe it's the development version I'm on. Yeah. Well, I'm glad I held on to some of my B. I don't have much left, but let's see if I can take out the low of the day, 1440. So you can see right here on the QDEL. I mean, I still have. I mean, I'm gonna gotta watch it. I mean, just because the market is not ripping or anything, the market doesn't have to be going higher necessarily. It just has to stop moving down constantly. But this high right there, which is 23.25, takes it out. I mean, it could go on a run. I'm gonna put a price alert around 23.27 for QDEL. Okay, and it's all about how much room it's got. So this was an earnings play. This was a reaction to earnings. At one point it wasn't bad, but it sold right off. I mean, look at what happened. It got up to 27.34 and it closed down here at 21. I mean, that's a big, big drop. It closed down here. That was the day of earnings. See if there's any news on this one. Other than, I mean, we have some insiders purchasing. A lot of guys actually. So we have this officer, the CEO, another guy. Well, that's the same guy, CEO, but buying. We have three different people buying at depressed prices. Meanwhile, MFI is just. Don't they know that Bitcoin is down? 'Cause that's what they're doing. They're buying. They basically changed what they're doing. All right, guys. Well, maybe against my better judgment, I've taken some of this at QDEL, okay? And hopefully the market, whatever the market does doesn't affect it too much. I'm not suggesting anybody do the same thing, but remember, I have the don't repeat version over here, okay, of this scan, this multi-strategy window. If you want it, you're going to show you how you can create a don't repeat version out of this if you're interested. Okay, guys. Well, there is the SPY at the low of the day. And there's BBWI low of the day. So that's helping me. Still nothing in Holly. Nope. It is unusual, but I'm just, I know Chris has asked the development guys if there's anything going on. Well, the explanation, Miko, is that the market is weak and nobody wants to hold anything. I mean, that's really the explanation. If you're thinking, wow, but how can this happen? NVIDIA had fantastic earnings yesterday and, guided higher and et cetera. Revenues doesn't matter right now. It just doesn't matter right now. It tried. I mean, NVIDIA tried to lift the whole market and for a while it did. So Obi, are you saying that when you do a reset, you're still getting a blank option, like nothing in your symbol list? Oh, this time, yes. Okay. Well, this is cheering me up a bit. I mean, BBWI, Fed cutting rates could help. I mean, but we got to wait till December. So, I mean, it's still maybe a month away from that, 3 weeks away, if they're going to. All right, guys. Well, I may be dumping my QDEL. It's just too tough to buck this trend. What I said was, I mean, the market doesn't have to be ripping higher. It just has to stop doing this, you know, for me to go long anything. So I'm going to took myself out of the QDEL trade for well, as I always say, a manageable loss. Now I have no idea where BBWI is going because it's an all-time low. So there's no support. There's no chart support on this. It's an all-time low. Yeah, there is an AI alert. Yeah, short of Mag H. There are shorts of very few, 7,000 shares available for me at Interactive Brokers. But so, if you're bit of a VWAP player also, you can see that it's coming into the VWAP, that purple line. Look at mine. Yeah, I have that one thumbnail. That's why I know about it. MNDR. Yeah, I mean that's been a star today. I have to admit, it's been a star. So we saw this in the pre-market. The interesting thing to me was that it closed near the high of yesterday, and it's just absolutely continuing. Now, I'm not going to completely discount the QDEL. If it gets back up over this, if the market can settle down a little bit, I still am going to keep an eye on this one, just because of all the room it's got looking left. Hey guys, this is an earnings play actually, and it is bucking the trend. Okay, UGI is an earnings play, bucking the trend. I mean, it's still positive, very positive. It has not really. Why do I have a 2 minute? Oh, I know why. Yeah, I mean, this is really nice. I mean, it's consolidating. This is an earnings play, UGI, energy energy sector. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to put a price alert around 36.90 to see if it takes that out. There's the high right there. And I'll also put a price alert around the VWAP because maybe it'll start to give it up later on. So I'll put a price alert. So I've bracketed my price alerts and see what happens with UGI. Not a ton of volume, 500,000 shares. It is 3 times normal. Big float. I mean, that's a big float. 214 million. That's probably that you why it's not that volatile. Meanwhile, MFI is a star. I would never have predicted this. I mean, because again, this is their news. They announced a private placement, a $500 million private placement to launch the digital asset treasury strategy. They're going to be buying Bitcoin. Net proceeds to fund the acquisition of Bitcoin Cash. But maybe the market's thinking, okay, maybe Bitcoin's found a bottom. Mm. Whatever happened to Miggy? Did Miggy puff? No, it did not. Was that a split today? Okay, thanks, Obi. Didn't help. Now this was an interesting one yesterday. This UD, I think, was an earnings play yesterday, and it was, it kept moving down, 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 and it closed near the low of the day. Yeah, 970. So the provider picked it up. Thanks, Obi. Oh, QDEL. Now, do I want to do it? Yeah, I'm holding off. I'm just gonna hold off and see if it takes out the high here. Spread has not been well. Spread's not bad now, 23.29, but well, if you're a leveraged ETF, in case you don't know, Wednesdays from 12 to 1, the CEO of Trade Ideas does a YouTube stream. Ask him then to create a leveraged ETF channel. Okay, guys. Well, I am, let's see now. I'm really interested in this QDEL. The fact that I took a little loss on it the first time doesn't mean I can't do it again. Meanwhile, well, I should just, not do anything else other than hopefully watching BBWI just keep moving down. No, it would not. That would not be revenge trading. Not at all. It would only be revenge trading if I took a huge loss or something, but I don't do that anymore. I just look at it. Maybe I was just a little bit early. Maybe the market has to, you know, it was moving down because of that also. But if the market, it doesn't have to be ripping higher. Just stop moving down so much. I mean, there has to be a reason why this is the only. Well, I mean, there were only two gap up and well, there were three. The gap up and goes, but the gap I had no faith whatsoever that it would take out 25. This one is still hanging around. No, 1564. It's still hanging around. I mean, it could later on. My problem with it is that the high is too close. So when you look at the three of them, QDEL, I mean, you just have to look at the high. I mean, look left. I mean, look at the room it's got. I'm a little surprised we don't have anything else on the short side. So beat. The only reason you're talking about it, Monica, is because it was in the Halts resumes, right? I guess I did see it, but when I clicked on it, I saw it was under $1. So, as you know, I'm not too interested in that. But for those of you, but right now, no indication of a bounce yet. Not with the wave being orange like that. What's the volume like in this QDEL? Not. I mean, it's only a little less than 400,000, so it's not like huge volume. almost 2 times normal, though. So I'm just holding out that maybe later in the day, maybe. All right. So I've just got a confirmation. It'll be Andy Lindloff taking over for me in our YouTube room in a little over an hour while I take my break between 12 and 1. Okay, guys, give me a moment. Okay, let me see. Let's see if this has any room to keep running. Okay. Well, I know it has room to keep running. Able to get a fill for the QDEL. Yeah, MFI is parabolic. You're absolutely right. So in the face of Bitcoin just collapsing, moving down a lot lower, I mean, this is pretty interesting. It must be that people are thinking, okay, Bitcoin may be finding a bit of a bottom. I mean, we're still at 82,700 or so. Halted again. Yeah, MFI halted again. Wow. I am surprised. There are shares available to short. Okay, 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 positive. Here's the SPY. At least it's back up to the VWAP. Okay. Every time I see the SPY and I get a trigger, I just assume it's down, but at least they're back to the VWAP area. But yeah, MFI actually has shorts available. Interactive Brokers, 52,000. Now, at some point, I'm not, the challenge is okay, when? A lot of people, I do this a lot, but could have been there, could have been there, could have been there. Is it now? All right. Well, good to see QDEL. Every time I see QDEL up here, it means that's good for me. Yeah, I know they haven't purchased it yet, but just the idea that that's what they're going to do with Bitcoin, but I guess, yeah, they're just obviously going to try to time a bottom of some sort. That they've raised a $500 million somehow. I'm so kind of amazed that we're not getting anything on the reversals. The news is that they raised $500 million, 400, $500 million, and they're going to start a, digital asset treasury strategy, and in order to buy Bitcoin. That is a news, Dan. When I saw that in the pre-market, I thought, oh yeah, we saw so many companies doing that. Announces $500 million pipe at $10 a share to support their, DAT. Expects to receive before, the company intends to use the net proceeds primarily to fund the acquisition of Bitcoin Cash. What a short this would be if you ever figure out where the top is. Oof. Now, MFI just came out of the halt, and what did it do? It, let's see, little pop above 25, 47 was now. So it got up to 26.76. Now, it wouldn't surprise me if this is going to get halted on the way down. See how the spread is not changing at all? 40, 41, almost impossible. And there it is. There's your halt. Almost impossible for the spread not to be that tight, be a penny for a stock that is that active with only five. And that's the other thing, only 560,000 in the float. Okay, come on, Q Dell, give me a little bit more. And meanwhile, yeah, BBWI, I don't have to type in the symbol, is right down there. Always was amazed that BBWI remained as solvent as it was anyway when Bed Bath and Beyond was just getting kicked. You know, but somebody pointed out it's not exactly the same business, but there's got to be like some overlap. I'm in the two trades, guys, the QDEL and the BBWI. QDEL long, BBWI short. Hog is up for some reason. HOG is up. Not an earnings play. Had earnings a couple of weeks ago, I guess. HOG up for some reason. High yesterday was 23.41. Hopefully this doesn't affect QDL too much. This little drop here in the SPY. Hey, MFI still halted, and let's see where it could open. Now, I haven't talked about this blue screen. I don't think today, anyway. May have flashed it. So this is time and sales from Interactive. Oh, GOS. Okay, just give me a moment. But this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Nothing to do with trade ideas. Showing the halt price of 23.41 from MFI. This is showing you this column showing you where it possibly could open. Doesn't have to. You can see how the number fluctuates, and typically they are 5-minute halts. So if it is a 5-minute halt, 10:59, right? It'll open at 11:04. So 20 seconds from now, if it's a 5-minute halt. Okay, 2, 1, blast off. And okay, so if it's not a 5-minute halt, they're usually multiples of five. So the next, so it might open 10 minutes from that halt price. So 11:09. Meanwhile, okay, a gap down and go for GEOS. This is an earnings play. Now, the alert happened at 1362, right there, 1362. Now, look at this though. It is sitting right on the VWAP. No, sorry, sitting right in the 200-day moving average, which is 1338. So sitting right on it. Will that act as support? Now, the problem with it also, though, is look at the spread. Well, actually, the spread, well, see, look at the spread. It makes it somewhat untradeable 1332, 1367. Even if the spread tightens, you never know when they're going to yank that bid again. So I may have to just, I mean, if it dropped another $2 or $3, that spread wouldn't matter, but I don't know what's going to do that. That's too bad. Okay, so UGI, it just cracked a little bit above that high there. Now that red line, that purple line, that is showing some high, probably here. This is in this month, some daily high. This is back in August. So some daily high, 36.96. Give me a moment, please. We should all have the patience of a cat who had been who she was staring at me. I just probably 45 minutes wanting more food before I succumbed. Okay, guys, I am now completely out of the BBY, BBWI, completely out of it. As it, oh, I got all the way down to what, 1425 or so, and it got into the 1435s. So all I have now is the Qdel long. Even the CWK guy, but again, I think 16 is too close. See why? I mean, I love this. I love using this all day long as a watch list. Oh yeah. Okay, guys. Time is it now? 11:08. And MFI just opened, so it did take 10 minutes. You can see, well, second past 10 minutes. MFI opened on the way down now. You might say, okay, well, let's short it now. The problem is, I mean, with that sort of a float, you just never know what can happen. So it just got halted on the way down again. So, in retrospect, it looks so obvious to short it right up here, doesn't it? $27. So obvious. But nothing was, this could have just popped up into 35 also. So it's just really tricky, in my opinion, anyway. Try to figure out tops. All right, so I did take some off. I did cover some of my, not cover, sold some of my QDEL, but I still have some because of the cloud is still blue. But now selling some allows me to keep in this trade and kind of try to follow the wave. Still looks good on a 2 minute. Has it not started to completely curl down? Take a look at NVRI. I have that one thumbnailed. My other monitor. Let me just want to see what it. This is a big high flyer, but it is pulled back. I mean, it's still up 28%. I wish William had been around because I couldn't quite understand if that's all they do and they've sold off this unit and that's all they do. I know they're looking to kind of create a new company because this was shortable for me, but I just couldn't quite understand exactly what was happening. Well, the spread has tightened up a little bit on this GEOS, but again, you never know when they can yank that bid. 1365, 1375. As we speak, the 200-day moving average has acted as support so far. Look what it got down to. It got down to 1334, and the 200-day is right now at 1338. Oh, this was a nice one. I remember seeing this one early on this pop. But look what it did. It kind of consolidated. See how the wave narrowed, but did not turn orange. So it narrowed, 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 and holding the VWAP. And that is a nice move from 1680 to 1780 ish. So yeah, Walmart had earnings yesterday. It didn't do too badly in the face of the market, actually, because it got up to 107. Want to call it 108, and it closed at 107. So that was not a big drop, and so it did not drop down with the rest with the market, but it is now below yesterday's close. So there is that. So guys, I'm just going to sit on my hands for a while. I'll have some of the QDEL left just in case. So a good time to ask questions if you have any. Maybe keep an eye on ESTC. ESTC, this is an earnings play. It is still down for the day. ESTC, but it looks like you see how the wave is starting to curl up a little bit. Let's see if it actually went blue on the 2 minute. Here you see, so a little bit of a blue action coming out of this. The VWAP is at 71.75, so that's certainly far enough away. So I mean, it may keep curling for a while. It's over 70. Well, I don't know if I call it a dead cat bounce or on the B, but I mean, obviously, people stepped in. Could be. I mean, it's still down. It's still not a good company. Well, according to fundamentally, it's just not good. I mean, the earnings yesterday basically indicated that it was already in a slow descent. So yeah, I mean, there's always people out there who are going to look at bottom fishing. How long it lasts, I don't know. I mean, it's through the VWAP right now. It's an active one, guys. It's EPSM. EPSM is a very active one. Big day yesterday. The next high looking left, 582. So it has room. If it takes out five. Now, again, a quick Alondra, if you're asking the question, should you buy it now? I mean, it's too late, in my opinion, for the BBWI. Plus, trying to get through 15 might be tough. But don't listen if you think it is through the VWAP. I mean, it has that going for it. Yeah, another cheap one, guys. The Zixi ZYXI, another cheap one, under a dollar. High yesterday was 74 cents. Again, for those of you who do not mind playing those sort of stocks. Well, if I were gonna reshort it, Alondra, I'm talking to Alondra in our YouTube room for BBWI. I would want to see it break the VWAP. Right there. There's the VWAP right there. Okay, 1469. But I'm not saying I'm going to reshort it. But if somebody said, "Well, you have to," well, I wouldn't do it unless it broke down through the VWAP again. And I don't mean just touching it. It would have to start to, probably if the VWAP is here at 1468, it would have to probably get into the mid 1450s, really clear it. Well, but I would keep like I don't know if you're a VWAP player. I'm talking to Alondra in our YouTube room. I don't know if you're a VWAP player at all, but because of course that VWAP can change. It can start to move around a bit depending on the volume and the price, etc. So, okay, so if you are a VWAP player, then sure, I would be watching. I put a price alert around the VWAP area and just see if it hits it. I wouldn't consider myself a VWAP player so much as just aware of where it is. I mean, I have no scans that are based on the VWAP. Yeah, markets are very whippy right now. And speaking of the VWAP, there it is, trying to punch its way through again a little bit. What we need is a market to get up back up to say 656 up in this area. Maybe have a Friday afternoon rally. MFI, I heard it, so it's come out of its halt. So here's the VWAP. Okay, here's the VWAP for it. Let's see if it holds. Okay, so Alondra, I can give you something. Now, the problem with the VWAP scan, okay, getting real-time alerts is that, and it's been a common, I'll call it a complaint for years, is that the VWAP, because I know you're aware. I'm talking to Alondra in our YouTube. Let me break out. Gives me something to do. I love the questions, guys. Keeps me motivated. So yes, we do have a VWAP alert. So cross above and cross below. The problem is that for a lot of people is that it can be late because it requires volume confirmation, and that's what the company has decided to stick with. And it's been asked for years and years and years. It's like the SMA crosses that we've got the same sort of thing. So you have to be prepared for that. So sometimes you look and wait a minute, it crossed the VWAP. How come I'm not getting an alert? So here's what you can do though, which I think is maybe just as good. You create a top list showing you stocks that are near the VWAP, either in the upside, a little bit above, or a little bit below. Okay. And so that gets you prepared ahead of time, showing you stocks that are right near it. And then what you can do is put a price alert just a little bit above or a little bit below. So let me show you what I mean. I think their reasoning was that the VWAP could go above the VWAP, down below it, up above. What if it was on one share? Okay, I'm going to exaggerate. Okay, so they decided to had to have some kind of. Okay, well that's easy. That is easy. I can give you that, Alondra. I'm talking to Alondra in our YouTube room. Hopefully, I'm not butchering your name too much. Okay, so this is the under and this is the over, but I can combine them. Okay, and of course well let me just load this one. I'm going to show you what I'm talking about. Meanwhile, QDell, come on. But I held on again. The wave keeping me in. The wave keeping me in. So let's take a look at MRP just as an example. Okay, here's the VWAP. You can see it right there. So it's right on it. This is what it's looking for. Now you can. So it's in your case, you could say no more than 2% below the VWAP. Okay, but we can add something here. You know what I'll do? I'm going to duplicate this scan so I don't overwrite what I've got. So I'll just kind of create it for you, or do you know how to create it yourself? But let me just do it for you, okay? Because we'll just do it right here. So I'm going to put -2. You were saying you want it between -2, and then here in the max 2. So now you've got it bracketed. So if you look at the summary, no more than 2% above the VWAP and no more than 2% below the VWAP. Okay. So now you can start talking about price ranges, minimum volume, things like that. I mean, this is what I've got here, but you can certainly, you can make changes. But that's the gist of it. So if I said, okay, right now, with those, you can see you got a ton of stocks now that are within 2% of the VWAP. And you can sort on the VWAP column to show you exactly where it is, all the way down to the negative negative. So all I can do is tell you the stocks that are within the VWAP, 2%. Okay. When you say hold, okay, it's going to be within there. And then when you say the change equal or above 10%, what do you mean by that? Are you talking about the change? The volume is easy, of course, 1 million shares. That's easy. But when you say the change, by the way, guys, Kudell is giving us a nice little play if you're still in it. So what change are you actually talking about? Okay. An afternoon. Well, you can run it. You can start running it whenever you want to. Okay, the change up 10% from yesterday's close. Is that what you mean? Okay. So I can get rid of the open then. What I've got here is the change from the open, but I can just go change from the close. And the change from the close, so I'll put 10%. And then the volume, a million. I'll put a million here, 1 million, 1M. So now this is what it looks like. Now I would also put the current volume, okay? I mean, because you want it to be trading abnormally a little bit, I think. Somewhat abnormal. I mean, it's up to you. But right now you can see, and also your price range. It depends what price range you want. I've got right here between $1 and $50. What price range do you want? And the EPS is just to keep out this EPS filter is just a sort of a bit of a hack. Okay, so I can keep everything the same. That's to keep out ETFs, okay, stocks that don't have earnings. Now, the odd time it's going to block sometimes foreign stocks. I can take that out if you want. Like some Israeli stocks that get blocked for some reason, even though they obviously have earnings. But I can keep it in if you because all that's doing is it's just basically trying to limit it to just stocks, no ETFs. But if you want to see ETFs, I'll take this out, the EPS. So just let me know. Okay, so I'll keep that in. So do a recap. So the stocks between $1 and $50, current volume is two, million shares minimum, has to be within 2% of the VWAP to the upside or the low side. Has to be at least 10% above yesterday's close. Okay, now let's see what we've got. I will call this. I'll just leave it near VWAP. Okay. Now the problem will be that 10%, because the stock that is up 10%, you may not get too many that are within 2% up. Are they up or down of the VWAP? You know what I mean? That can be the block of it. Okay, I'll rename it for you then. Sure. Yeesh. Let's call it VWAP hold. Okay. So you may have to get rid of that 10% or keep it or have it le okay, well, here's one. Okay, so it all depends on, so here's NNOX up 22%, but right at the VWAP. Okay, so we can leave it like that then. Okay, so I'll give that to you. And if, at some point you wanna get more in here, the restrictive part really is this 10%, I think. Okay, so well, it's gonna be up at least 10% from, previous close, so it's gotta be at least 10%. That's what that is saying, okay? So it could be equal or higher. It's gotta be at least 10% from, the previous close. Well, it is. Okay? I mean, that's what that filter is going to do, okay? So I'll give it to you. Oh, I already did. I already did. And now, later on, you can adjust it. Of course, you might wanna, I mean, I think the restricting thing right now is the 10% because, I mean, watch, I mean, obviously, if I get rid of that 10%, you're gonna get a lot of we're gonna get a lot of, we're gonna a whole bunch. So now you can start to say, add a column. I would add a column here and change from the close, okay? I'm gonna add that column. So you can see here, this is the change from the close. So you can so if you wanna get a few more, maybe you don't put 10% because right now, there's nothing at 10% right now. So maybe you try it at 5%, okay? Just to see. Well, they're up. They're up. I mean, right now, we don't have a filter in place, right? So, but if you put in this, if you added the filter again and put 5%, I mean, it's up to you. Oops. Instead of 10%. Completely up to you, though, okay? So, you should know how to change these, okay, Alondra? I mean, you should know how to do this on your own because I gave you the link, so all you have to do now I gave you the link. All you have to do now is right click on what, you'll have it on your screen and then go to the C percent, okay? And you see yours will say 10, just change it to 5 and say okay. You should know how to do that, all right? Okay? Okay, good. Because at some point you may want to make other adjustments, maybe to the price range, maybe to something else. You should have, what I call the basic understanding of how to use trade ideas in order to add filters that you might want to do or make changes to, the values. Meanwhile, guys, I can hopefully understand why I love this now, using this like a watch list. I mean, QDEL would not have shown up anywhere else in my I don't think it's showing up anywhere here. Even Gap now, the Gap is, the original alert was at, 24.99. So you know what? I mean, if this market rips, anything is possible. So did you hopefully, Alondra, you went through the basics, all right? In the I know I talk about it every day. Because it'll save yourself a lot. Because a lot of what I just did, I don't mean the specific creating of the VWAP scan, but a lot of what I did, if you click on my homepage link, is here. Okay, go to the educate. So click on my link, scroll down, education section, more info, and right here in the if you haven't done this already, the getting started, you don't have to do the login. You're obviously logged in, but you know alerts and top list windows. Like how do you create them, and what are the differences, or why would you use one over the other, et cetera, et cetera, things like that. And there's 12 short videos, and that is what I. If you haven't done this already, I would certainly do it. Okay. Happy days, people. Excuse me. I'll actually take a look at this now that I've created it to see what it looks like. Oh, here's HPQ. Yeah, I mean, you know, it's over. It's 5% over. It's 5% up. It's still within. Well, at 2380. Yeah, it's still within 2% of the VWAP. You can see the VWAP right there. Still within 2%. There's the Fox sitting right on the VWAP. So it is up. Well, 87%. So it's certainly now. If you want, you can sort on the VWAP itself to see exactly where it is with respect to the VWAP at the time of the alert. You know, sorting on the columns, it's simple to do. That is a great use of our top lists. You know, because as long as you have the column header, you just double left click and that'll sort on it. Well, joy, I'm going to yeah, there'd be a lot of joy if we if we close green for the day. I wouldn't say just green though. I would say, I mean, we're up 4.6. Well, I did take out this high here. That was but I would say let's take a look at the SPY just to go into the weekend, you know, a little bit happier. Well, okay, it's not going to get back up here, but let's no, even that's a 10-point move. Let's put something that's maybe here. We closed here, or the open was here a couple of days ago. Let's go 660. Now, where is Nostradamus? Or Nostradamus? Nostradamus? Where are you? Was that you, Happy Fin fan? I think it was you, wasn't it you? There was somebody who kept saying 650 was looked like a great bounce area, and that's basically where it got to. I thought it was you, Happy Fin fan, but if it wasn't you, then whoever was, and you somebody kept saying that. I think even yesterday. Am I on mute? I did. I sent it to you via the cloud. I did. If you can scroll up a little bit, there it is. If you can scroll up a little bit, I'm talking no longer. Okay. You see right here. Right above where you said, "Perfect, I'll try. Thank you so much," or so much. That is the link for it. That's the cloud link. Okay? Can you just scroll up a little bit? Even BBWI had a yeah, nice a nice recovery for a while. Maybe Happy FinFan is gone. I could have sworn it was him that kept somebody kept saying looking for 650 as the bounce area. Yeah, Yuji. I mean, I missed it. I've missed it. Now, don't be disheartening. I used that term yesterday. I felt it was so disheartening yesterday to have the SPY to be well, the market being ripping. SPY was up at one point, I think 12 points, and then to close down at 10. That was 10 points below. It was just disheartening to see it. If that were just a one-off, that one day, fine. But we've been already succumbing, like the market was already moving down, down, down. And you think, okay, yesterday, little glimmer of hope. NVIDIA saved the market, and then it just didn't. So you probably detect a little bit more optimism in my voice or a little more joy in my voice than I had yesterday. Yeah, UG, yeah. So UGI, so it did take the breakout. Yeah, I mean 37. Now this could be an all-dayer now. I mean, especially at it had not been affected by the market at all. Okay, it was just flatlining, flatlining. When the market was doing its gyrations, so it was flatlining. It's an earnings play. I bet you GEOS has popped. Yeah. So I mean, you can use this, remember, as a watch list, and the spread is still not great. So I mean, it's not a great example because the spread isn't great. But look what happened. Just because this was a gap down and go and a suggestion to short, but when you look at the daily chart and you see what it did, and it got right into the 200-day moving average, and that so far anyway, that acted as great support. So you could have turned around and said, you know what, it looks like that's going to hold. So I'm gonna go long, and if it takes the 200-day moving average out, that's my stop. Guys, again, if you're not using the wave as a visual aid, why aren't you? It's that simple. It's not, the be all and the end all, but I mean, I don't know why I don't get more questions about it. Those of you who don't have the wave enacted, I'll show you how to do it, how to get it enacted on your chart. It's part of the standard service. Because, we get so many questions, I always get out of a trade too soon, or, how can I keep in a trade longer? I mean, there's no question that I would have been out of this trade in its entirety back here. I mean, I have taken some off. Don't get me wrong, I've taken some off, but the wave allows me just to keep in the trade and then, if I start to see a little curl and it's still blue, then I'm going to go to a 2-minute chart and see, okay, is it starting to turn orange? But no, look at a 2-minute. It's still solidly blue. And it's not a matter of seeing a buy flag or a sell flag. The interesting thing is that I would not have seen QDEL in any of my scans. Why? The volume, relative volume is only 1.67. So it's not, it's trading just a little bit above normal. I would not, I don't see QDEL. I don't see it here. I don't see it anywhere else other than in the gap scan. And remember, Alondra, once you've loaded, once you've clicked on on the link for this for your scan for your VWAP scan, and you'll have it on your screen. Remember, right click on it. Let's pretend this was it. Let's right click on it and save or share to cloud. Save it in your cloud, okay? In case you, because if you accidentally deleted it, say you deleted, X'd out accidentally, well, it's in your cloud. You don't have to worry. You can also make sure you can incorporate it if, and it sounds like you're going to want to do this, incorporate it as part of your layout. So when it comes time to exit trade ideas, a couple things you could do. You click on File, Save or Share to Cloud. You click on Entire Layout and give it a name. Okay, and then save it. Now the layout's in your cloud also. If the layout that you've got is the layout you basically want to have all the time, then another way to make sure is you file. When you exit trade ideas, click on File, and click on Exit, and it's going to ask you when you load trade ideas again, is this a layout that you want to have loaded? And just say yes. So it's always important to make sure you save things to the cloud. One of the reasons is that you can have trade ideas on as many devices as you want. So I'm working off a desktop computer here, but I've got a couple of laptops. But if I went out and bought a new laptop, all I have to do is download the program and then file load from cloud. So I don't have to start from scratch. I mean, I think, oh, boy, that's a great bounce in BBWI, guys. I'm just looking now. There's a great bounce in it. Should have flipped the script, but it's okay. So again, you can have trade ideas on as many devices as you want. You can only have trade ideas loaded one device at a time, though. But it's obvious. I mean, the cloud. I mean, I think most people understand how a cloud works. So you don't have to recreate everything from scratch. So how many took QDEL? Even if you lie, I mean, this is just turned out to be really. And now it's probably it might be being helped because of the market a little bit, but I mean, it doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt that the market's doing this. All right. So on my homepage, PKT, just give me a moment. I'll just put this in the YouTube room also. Okay, so this is the Black Friday, Thanksgiving, etc. deal. Okay, so Barry 30 will get you 30% off the premium annual subscription, and Barry 25 will get you 25% off everything else. Everything else meaning an annual premium, or an annual standard, or a standard annual. A little confusing, but Barry 30 will get you 30% off a premium annual subscription, 25% off everything else. Okay. And again, please use my code if you're going to do that. The reason why it helps to keep the rooms free. That is going until I think December 2nd. So it's a pretty long promo. Yeah, well, so far there's no, I mean, I look, I have taken some off, okay? But now I'm just going to ride the wave. Now it's getting a little parabolic here. What the ideal situation would be that the bottoms of those bars keep touching, okay, the top of the wave. That's the ideal situation. It doesn't run away too much. Now I'm in this, so I mean, if I get a giant, if I get a giant bar, that great. But that is when I start to think, okay, it's getting a little parabolic. And this is just something that I don't want to say developed. I developed. I mean, how I'm using the wave, how I'm looking at things. There's no video on it. Say, well, this is exactly how you should use it. The other thing too is always take a look at a lower time frame. Depending on the time frame you're using, you see now how it is touching on a 2 minute. But for instance, so I'm using a 5 minute. So I'm saying, okay, I want to keep in this as long as the wave is blue. But if the price starts turning down and the wave is still blue and it's starting to really look like it's turning down, I will then take a look at a 2 minute chart to see if the wave turned orange. Okay, because depending on the time frame you're using, you can have different colors. And you should also, in my opinion, develop your own way of using it. And it's not a matter of seeing a buy or a sell flag. It really, to me, it's almost irrelevant. Wow, 11:55. This is caught up to me. Just give me a moment, guys. I'm going to first of all get the announcement going. So I'll be on a break soon, in about within 5 minutes, I guess. I just wish you guys would ask more questions because it just keeps me engaged. Now here is the YouTube link. Okay, Andy will be in our YouTube room within about 5 minutes. So there's the link to get into YouTube. He's not there yet, but he'll be there soon. Okay, guys. So now I'm just waiting for Andy to show up. It's 11:56. He'll probably be here in about 4 minutes. Here, as in YouTube. I do not have a long-term portfolio, Faith. I'm not a swing trader at all. Okay. There are people in here that will, I suppose, but yeah, I'm just not a swing trader at all. Now, if you're looking in our toolbar, in fact, you go over, you can, I would head over to YouTube. Andy is way more of a swing trader than I am, but it's tough. I mean, this market is tough to to be swinging. Now, it also depends on what you mean by long term. Are you talking about a week, a month, a year? Because we do have, we do have the swing channel. If you click on new and then dock channel bar, and then show more, click on the show more. And down here, I think this is Trader's Eye is another swing idea. Trader's Eye and the swing picks. Okay, so you can take a look at those, and those are ideas for. The other thing I would do, if you're looking for strong stocks, you can start using our composite rating filter. And maybe have a minimum composite rating. This is just a filter. You can search on it, and look at stocks with at least maybe 70 or 75, because what's that's telling you, these are stocks that in theory are still strong fundamentally, but also technically over a bunch of moving averages, etc. Even the gap guys. I mean, I did not take the gap, and I did not want to take CWK because of this. But you know what? If it takes out, I mean, it would still have a little bit of room to 1636. You might want to look at I was just going to say, Todd, MMDR. It's trying to curl over 4. Trying to curl over 4. The VWAP, in my opinion, it's far enough away. It's 450. Okay, I heard a little pop. So give me a moment, guys. So I am going to put myself in mute in the main room. We'll see you guys in about 1 hour. I put the YouTube link in. Andy is there right now. So you can head over and listen to Andy for his 1 hour. And Andy, good morning.
Mr. Barry, how are you, buddy?
A lot better. A
Good.
lot better
Yeah,
with
yeah,
this
same.
little, I mean, I used the term disheartening yesterday, after having that massive pop, and NVIDIA is saving the market and then having that just gigantic drop. It was disheartening to look at it.
Yes.
If you look at it on just the one day, fine. But after being down so much over the last 4 or 5 days, and, steady, steady, steady. Anyway,
Yeah.
before we talk about stocks, what are your Aggies doing? You must have had, I don't know how much gray hair you've got, but you must have had a few more gray hairs on Saturday.
Oh man, I'm telling you what, that was crazy, huh?
What a
Oh,
comeback.
well, it was an incredible comeback, but boy, they they couldn't do anything right the first half, man. I've never
Did
seen
you actually stick
comedy of
around,
errors.
or did you throw your shoe through the TV?
You know what? It's funny. I never ever miss a play, but what I did is, like, when it got like really bad late in the second half, I said, you know what? I'm gonna go do some yard work. I put it on pause so I don't have to
Right.
sit there, and just
Yeah.
watch all the commercials and all this angst. So then what I do is then I come back and I catch up real quick, just skipping through all the, catching every
Yeah. Yeah.
play, but not having to sit there for 3.5 hours with all this angst.
And thinking, of course, I mean, how can they possibly come back? So why am I going to, suffer through all this for 3 hours? But wow.
Yes.
Well, who are they playing this week?
They got a really easy Samford. They have one. They always have one cupcake toward the end of the year. It's
Okay.
weird. Everybody in the SEC does it, but
Yep. Yep. Exactly. And I guess the reason for that is that'll be at that team's. It's a home game for them, and they raise a lot
right.
of money.
And
I
right,
guess
and it
that's the
makes
idea.
it's a smaller school, and they make a lot of money
Yeah.
for them. It's a
Yeah.
good thing, to make some, let the smaller colleges have a big payday, so they can.
Exactly.
Yeah, sure.
Well, Andy, listen, I so enjoy talking to you about the Aggies and college football Friday
Yeah.
afternoon, and but I know people are saying, "Well, what the heck? Let's go back, let you get back to stock." So
All
I'll let
right.
you do
Yeah, we'll do
that,
that. Yeah.
and we'll see you in about an hour.
All right, Barry. Have a good one.
Okay, bye bye.
All right. Hey, everybody. How are you? Welcome to the support webinar. My name's Andy. If we've never met, and uh, yeah, this is a place. If you have any questions, about the software, hit me up on the chat there using the YouTube chat. And if not, it's a fun market to talk about, even though it's been brutal lately. And I've navigated it okay. but always could do better. But anyway, we'll dive in. I'll tell you real quickly while we're waiting on any questions that may come through. And also, guys, if you have any questions about a stock or something like that, just hit me up, and we can always talk stocks as well. So, but hey, Three Sharp, how are you? Yeah, yeah, that was a crazy game. Yeah. Hey, Net Trade. Uh, Alondra, it's a great market to paper trade in. Okay, it's a very dangerous market. I know a lot of people have probably blown up, over the last 3 weeks. Uh, it's when you just got to pull back. You got to really pull back and just uh, yeah, not to say you can't, make money in a bear market, but if you're a long side trader, maybe you're a swing trader and you only like going to the long side. I understand that. That's basically me. That's when you just got to, pull back, look for your entries. Uh, don't be trading emotional, because if we look at cues in my video yesterday and that big gap up, I warned of this, because look at the nasty downtrend we've been in, and just because one stock comes out and has, great earnings, we're going to gap up, as much as we did, and of course the selling commenced, and that's an ugly bar. And I know you're seeing these green ticks right now in the market. As a matter of fact, I was shocked how strong IWM was. It still is, I guess. Look at that move in IWM. Trying to erase that whole candle. Uh, but I tell you, coming in, and like I mentioned today on my other video, and Steve can verify this because we used to talk about it all the time in our service. I said, don't be surprised if today is a narrow range inside day at the lower end of this candle. That seems like it happens about 90% of the time, barring any news. Now, I know we had a little news this morning from Fed Williams talking about maybe some interest rate cuts. That may be enough to juice the market. I don't know. But typically, barring any news, when you have a setup like this, we end up in a narrow range doji day. But who knows? It is a market, and the markets can be uh, inconsistent. That's for sure. Yep. There you go. There you go. Bulls make money, bears make money, and pigs get slaughtered. So what I've done today is, luckily I came in today long. The only thing I was long coming in today was CL, because it's a defense play. I've been watching this for a long time. I actually bought some yesterday off the 20 period moving average. Uh, I came in long that. I came in long XLP, which also had a decent move, and I came long and long AT&T, and didn't have really much intentions of trying to, go long regular stocks unless I see something that piques my interest. And what I saw in Mara is, if I go back here on the daily, and I'll just go ahead and make this big so you can see it, we had a nice support level here. And I said, you know what? I will give this through in a bid down there, I think at 982. And I got hit. Uh, and I said, with a tight stop, nothing says this is going to hold, but that's an area after a huge sell-off, extremely oversold, that I'm willing to give it a shot. And you may say, "Wow, you're catching a falling knife." Yes, but at the same time, if you have a reason for doing it, and typically that would be major support, and I would call that pretty major pivot line right there. You can see all the congestion over here. Now, that being said, who knows? I may end up getting stopped out of it. And then uh, Clean Spark, also same scenario. Look at the level of resistance. I'm sorry, support over here in this as well. So I had a reason for both of those, and that's why I took a chance on the falling knives. But even when you do that, you have to, maintain your rules, and uh, if they don't work, you can get out quick. Speaking of which, Bitcoin is trying to go to highs, which should help these positions. So that was my day today. I'm trying to see. Oh, okay. I thought I got stopped out of silver, and you know what? It's weird. I did not. I tried it this morning, and I just looked over at my account, and I'm like, I did not get stopped out. So I had a stop. Man, let me check. Maybe I forgot to hit enter. No. Ah, that's weird. 44.78 was my stop, and for some reason, it stopped me out in Brokerage Plus, but it did not stop me in my paper trading account over here. But it did not stop me out in my real account. Okay, well that's nice. Nice to know. Thought they got me. All right. So once again, looking at, I got an eye on Bitcoin over here. I use iBit, to see. So it is trying to go to highs. Put a little alert right there in case it does. And it is trying to go to highs. So you could get another goose in these miners. Riot is actually a nice looking chart right here for a possible swing trade if you think I'm going to buy. I really don't like chasing the market where it is, but I do like that chart at the 200-day right there. So I am going to buy a little bit of that. But like I was telling Steve earlier, I could see all these kind of doing a doji today, very similar to what you see right here. You know what? I'm going to hold off because I'm at least wait for Bitcoin to go to highs if I do that. Yes, that one I watched. I think the one I should have called as my top pick should have been CL because I really like that level right there. But you're right. That one, you talk about a strong looking setup, and you're right, 101.55. So that was very little volume. I did not notice that when I was looking at these picks, but that's a nice chart. I'll probably take some of these, take a little bit of this. Because I can really see these things unless Bitcoin, like I said, rips to and goes positive, these things are probably going to look very much like this on the cold close. And to hold them, you're going to have to bank probably on a Bitcoin rally over the weekend. So I'll probably, if I hold any, it's probably not going to be a whole lot. Yeah, the calls today were in the trader's eye was at AXS and Colgate Palmolive, which is doing well. CPRX was a nice looking chart as well. And that one did trigger. And I did not buy that one. And then Procter and Gamble too. But yeah, so they're all looking good. Tell you what I'll do. I'll stick a small size. I told myself there's no way I'm chasing, in this market. And that's not only stocks, but it also goes for the market. But I'll just put an alert down here. If it pulls back, I can see it pulling back to that 10 period moving average. Hold on. I got two accounts with some of the stuff in it. And sold a little bit of that Mara. Sorry, guys. I'm just looking at my positions over here. So what I'm going to do is probably substitute out that one for, you know what, I'll throw a bid down there. 50. May not get it, but that's okay. I'll put it at 1251. Yeah, yeah. There's a eh, there's a lot of things. I was had a lot of alerts go off today, but gosh, let's see what was. Go back and track some of these. Hey, actually, this one went green. That alert went off because you could see it marries up to this level over here. Didn't buy any of it, but that RGTI came down. That's what I like doing. I like putting, like I did in Mara and Clean Spark. I put, if I am going to buy on weakness, I want to do it at areas where there is support. There's a pivot line, a trend line, a moving average. Like Tesla came down and hit the trend line perfect. I didn't get any because but it came down. If I drew the trend line right here, you would see, I think it came down or got real close to that trend line there in Tesla and then bounced. Always a good exercise to do, guys, when you're looking for when the market's like this and you just don't feel like, trading, especially like coming into the day after yesterday. Find areas where you might want to take a chance on small size. Just look at stocks that you've been watching. Maybe you liked them when they were a lot higher, but you're like, whoa, these things are getting killed now. Well, maybe find an area where you're willing to take a small size chance. Okay, I forgot. Okay, I got to put some silver. I got to put alert in there since my stop never went off to where. Take a look. Home builders are the strongest on the board today. Look at there. followed by the airline sector. Yeah, I that one's a tough one for me. If I'm either buying it, like I said, it's just for me. It can go higher. Obviously, anything can continue going, but for me, it's totally a no man's land. But if you're day trading or something like that, and you see something like you're seeing there, yeah, I could definitely. Looks like it may want to go to highs, just like this. Bitcoin is trying to go to highs, and I am not going to get my feel in that. I should have just reached up and grabbed it. Yeah, but I'm going to be patient. I told myself I'm not chasing anything today because once again, I still think there's a very good chance we have that inside uh, kind of narrow range day in the market. I watch how they come in fast too. And also told myself that, today is a day that I am going to assure myself I have profit. So I'm not going to sit there and stick in things when the market, I think, is still going to be under pressure. And that's why I took some Mara off. And it's probably why I'm going to take a little clean spark off. Yes, yeah, let's take a look at that. 3 sharp. So I think I have it up here. And look what you have here. You got a level, some strong resistance right there. And I was watching it last night and look at this volume bar right here. So this could be a very tough level for it to get back above, this high. And let's see, I did take a little bit of that clean spark off. And I'm fine if it wants to keep going. I'm not going to kick myself in a downtrending market, taking profits. Ah, jeez, why I do that? Ugh. Hold on, it'll be right back. No, Bitcoin's still trying to go to highs. Let's see if it can get through that area. I am still the way IWM is trading. I don't know if we'll get that narrow range. Let's see if any ARC stocks are PLTR is still negative on the day. And there goes IBIT. This IONQ, it just crashed through the 200-day yesterday. Still down on the day. AI's having a excuse me, a good move. BBAI, maybe one to watch. Sometimes it's hard to stick to your convictions, like telling yourself you're not going to chase anything, you're not going to buy anything at highs when you see this stuff keeps going, but it's usually the right thing to do. Be patient, especially in this kind of market. Just got to be patient and wait for your entries because you see what happens. A lot of trigger fingers out there. A lot of people got after the action yesterday just got destroyed. So I can promise you that it's in the back of their mind as you're watching your stocks go up, how quick they can turn. Yeah, Bitcoin ran into that wall again. So, of course, this one right here is on a different time frame, obviously, than what I have on my iBid on my chart, but same same kind of pattern, basically. Yeah, yeah, that's what is what we've seen a lot lately. It's like yesterday. It just feels like, hey, come on in, look at this IWM, how nice it looks. Don't you want to chase it? Honestly, put an alert up here at the 10 period moving average and see if it can make it to it, and maybe that would be a good fade, honestly. Although good relative volume in it. Taking a look at the big boys, Google's just been a horse lately, just holding up very well. Apple seems to always be just kind of holding up the market, like Atlas. Intel with a bounce, but man, a lot of them are just in ugly, ugly charts. Except for well, even Apple, I'm not inclined to buy that mess. IBM, I thought about buying that one. That one's kind of a defense play nowadays. Just a big dividend paying stock that never really explodes with the rest of tech anymore. Just kind of a grinder, but pays a decent dividend. And you see this morning, even yesterday, didn't get killed all that bad. Didn't even take out the 50 period moving average, so above that one. But IBM is holding up well on the daily chart. There 3 sharp back when I was a day trader. I worried, concerned more about dark pools and what's going on. I really don't know, a whole lot about them as a swing trader. Since I started swing trading, it's just I've totally forgot all about them because I'm not concerned about not getting an inside field or something like that because of a dark pool. But that's fine. I don't know a whole lot though. The Ray Sharp. Yeah. Oh yeah. They're huge. It's a big big racket. There you go, Mara. Man, there was a pretty decent rally and arcs up 3%. A lot of this stuff. Kind of wish I'd have picked up some of my path down there. I'll put an alert just in case that baby wants to. It's a squirrely little stock because I'd like to get it close to that 200 day. That's where it had a massive move off news on this day right there. So definitely be watching that one. Could be a good swing entry. Tempted to play that IONQ, but rum alert. Hmm. So DJT. I know that thing's been beaten up. Sometimes when rum gets going, it likes to go too. Just feels like it wants that $10. When they get usually down that close to the $10 level, it's like a magnet. But sometimes that's what everybody may be waiting for. And it just gets within a few cents and nope. I mean, it's like they used to do this all the time, and Rum and DJT would run together. I may give it a little shot right here and just keep it tight. Okay, I bought a little bit of that. I'll keep it tight. 40. And I'm not even going to mess around. I'm going to give it the low of the previous bar, 28. Bitcoin just still having trouble with that area. Let me just go ahead and put my stop in on that DJT so I don't. Yeah, probably dumb trade. All right, it is a Friday afternoon, and pulling up the cues. Well, so far we got a nice little kind of almost a hammer. We'll see if that. I'm still thinking there's a real good chance we know this closes pretty much like a doji or maybe a spinning top. But with that said, IWM is surprising me with its amount of strength and still holding up very well. I mean, gosh, that's almost a 3% move. It's very seldom you get an ugly bar like that. It shows you how difficult this environment is, and just I'd be because I thought about on the other day, yesterday, fading this move right here and shorting it, this IWM. And man, if I would have done that and held and saying, "Oh boy, this is a start," and had to deal with this the next day. All right, let's see if there's any opportunity. Walmart after having a decent pullback after its earnings. Let's see. It's pretty sloppy. See how my CL is holding up, still holding up very well. Uh, XLP still holding up well. T AT&T looks like it may want to go to that 50. Let's see what XLP. Costco is a big component of that, and not doing anything. Uh, Actually, CL is giving it a big lift today. That's a pretty big component. Uh, or is it PG? Maybe it's Procter Gamble, one of them. I bet you it's Procter Gamble. Johnson and Johnson's the biggest, I believe. Oh, no, Walmart's the biggest. But gosh, look at the move that thing has had. I sure wish I'd have caught that gap and go right there. What I got to remind myself in these things is that's a very, very ugly chart. So you cannot just, well, you can just, uh, you definitely don't want to sell it all. You don't want to scalp it when you pick a bottom like that. But at the same time, you don't want to roll back over, which it's going to trade with Bitcoin. So I got to tell myself, do you really want to, go into the weekend with these things? So I probably will, even though I sold a little bit of CLSK and Mara, I may sell a little more, especially of Mara. But we'll definitely hold on to some because if that's a bottom, and then what you could do, and I do this all the time, well, not necessarily buy bottoms like this, but have a core, maintain a core position, and you can scalp around it. So maybe I'll end up only holding a third, of what I bought. But what'll happen is I'll watch it the prior day, and even if I have to buy it higher, I can always add to it. And I do that all. I trade like that all the time. Kind of what I'm doing in CL and XLP. I've sold most of my position, but hey, if things get really ugly, I know money's going to flow into those, so I can always add back in. And then also you gotta say, man, what a massive. Okay, we're talking about from $23 all the way down to 10. That's what, 13. Uh that's over. It's like a 60% haircut, isn't it? It's massive. So you would expect, rubber band stretch that tight should have a nice bounce back. Could. All your CDs were just sold? The heck? Uh, the money machine is available for paper trading only. Okay. All you need is a premium subscription. So yes, it's available, but it's probably going to remain in paper trading, through the end of the year. So maybe we don't have a date on that. I know they're working on it, but we're, probably looking at the first of next year. You're welcome. Before you can actually start trading with it. Huh? That's weird. Not sure what's going on right there, Hans. Oh, Almost got my field there. Riot. Missed me by 5 cents. I did sell a little bit more of that Mara. There you go. ChatGPT knows everything. Ah, man, I tell you that I shouldn't be doing things like this with the DJG. I mean, cut this, just take my little small loser and get out. Thought if it could break above that little level right there, it could have a little push, but all right. Bitcoin is starting, could not get through, and it's starting to droop a little bit. Uh, Sold a tiny bit more of the Mara. Yep. You better call him, Hans. Who runs the algos, 3 Sharp in what kind of trading? Direct trading? Is that what you're I don't. I tell you this, there's, I think it makes it really tough. I don't know unless it's a high frequency trading algo. It's probably the only ones that are making money because any strategies out, or maybe some longer term, swing trading strategies or work. But uh, yeah, I'm not sure how they actually. I mean, direct where the markets go. Uh, well, there's so many different, there's tons of routes out there, if that's what you're talking about, and yeah, it's convoluted. It gets complicated, but uh, there you go. Ask Chat GPT. But yeah, I just know it's a freaking spider web of different routes and exchanges, and it's all interconnected. Yeah, so it's uh, I'm sure it would boggle my mind. Now, here's what I'd love to see on these beaten up miners, Bitcoin miners. I would love to see a pullback in Bitcoin, and these things not pull back that hard. That would tell me, because honestly, they've had, I mean, like I said, you're talking about a 55, 60% haircut in some of these miners, whereas Bitcoin has had nowhere near that. What do we, I don't know what we're looking at. Bitcoin, maybe what, 35%, maybe? I don't know, but it's nowhere near what the miners have done. So what I'd love to see is Bitcoin, pull back here and these things not pull back. That would be very encouraging. Yeah, I was always doubtful about bull. I mean, just because it's a broker. I mean, and look at revenues. I mean, it's basically like a day trading broker. It's not like the big boys, like not like IB and E Trade and all these others. This basically makes its money on very active traders' commissions. I'm sure there's yeah, obviously they make money on AUM as well, but assets under management. But yeah, I just don't know if they have enough revenue stream to really perform. Put alert in there in case it does pop them back above that 10 period moving average. Yeah, I think great question, Mohammed. I'm seeing a lot of that lately. Hood. You can throw Hood in there, obviously, but that is more tight. I think they get a lot of Bitcoin uh, trading and things like that. But yeah, I'm noticing the market would is like the whole market is watching Bitcoin, and it's like I'm not sure that's necessary. Maybe a little decouple at some point, but lately I think it's just everything. A lot of assets getting beaten up lately. Maybe we have some unwinding going on. I don't know, but uh, uh, and it's gotten more like that over the years. Since all these ETFs that you have out there, they're all just. I think ETFs. kind of it's a vast majority of, the trading is just done through, I don't know what percent it accounts for, but these ETFs, they got an ETF for everything. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, it's amazing these algos. I like to watch sectors a lot, and man, they'll uh I mean, you pull up like all these Bitcoin miners, like all their stocks are basically identical. They'll be down the same percentage. They'll have the exact same bounces. They'll uh, just seems like it's just an algo thing.
Well, Andy, I've
BMAR.
been whispering your name, but I guess you haven't heard
Oh, I
it.
have not heard you. I probably
Yeah.
talking too much.
No, I was waiting for the pause, but usually my mic is so sensitive that people pick up everything. But you're talking about Bitcoin. Do you own any? Have you ever been
No,
into
nope,
any of the coins? I know
nope.
Steve is into Ethereum
I
or whatever,
Yeah,
or
yeah, he's in
the
that,
other
and
one.
uh,
Oh, XRP.
XRP, right?
Yeah.
No, you know what? I don't understand it, Barry, and if I can't
Yep.
understand it, I can't. Now I wish I'd bought it back when it first opened up.
Yeah. No kidding. Like Jamie. Oh my God.
Yeah,
Jamie
really.
was a miner way
Yeah,
back, way, way
yeah,
back. I
yeah.
had no idea. I still don't really get it. I still don't really get it, but it's there.
It is. It is.
It's there. But boy, what a drop.
Mhm.
Just looking right now, I have 84,000 now. I mean, what was the high? About 125 or so. So,
I think it's
and that's not
close
that
to
long
130.
ago.
Yeah,
You just look at IBIT, IBIT as a stock or as a
yeah,
symbol to trade if you're not
yeah.
trading BTC exactly. But boy,
Well, here
it's
I got it.
amazing.
I got it up right now. Let me go to a like a 4 hour. Oh yeah, it's close to 130, man. Got up to like 128.5.
Mm, okay.
That's
Okay.
a big haircut, and
A big one, yes. And yet people are saying, "Ah, don't worry about it. It's going to a million." Well, maybe it will, but I guess we shouldn't just kind of dismiss it at a hand because I mean, I guarantee. Did you ever think we'll get to 100? I mean, really?
no,
Even though people were
no, yeah,
talking about it when it was at 5 and 10 and 20, but man, you just don't know.
nope. You
All
sure
right, my
don't,
friend.
Barry.
Well, listen. Now you take it a little bit easy on that little university, okay? And
Yeah, we
don't
will.
try to run up the score. What's the spread? Like 30 points,
You know
or
what?
not the spread,
I
but
haven't
the
looked, but
line?
I know I'm sure it's probably up in the 40s. If I had to guess,
Yeah.
yeah, it's a small school, but
Okay. Well, take
at least
pity.
they'll get a big payday, so they can
That's right.
give
That's
some
right.
money NIL money out. So that'd be good.
Okay. All right, Andy. Well, listen.
All right,
Always great
Barry.
talking to you. So we'll see you next week,
Yeah, you too, man. Have a great weekend. Have a great weekend, everybody.
guys. I'm just waiting for Andy to leave, and so I can. There we are. So he's left. I can grab the screen. I think. Wait a minute. Whoops. Okay. I think I've grabbed the screen. I hope that you don't see all the little icons underneath. Let me know, okay, guys, on YouTube. And one last thing to do. Back. So, guys in YouTube, can you actually see the screen the way it's supposed to be seen? The reason I ask is that I'm seeing some weird icons underneath, like these things. So I don't know if you see that. Well, guys, I was going to say that I was going to stay till 4 o'clock today if we closed above here. Oh, it looks normal? Okay, thank you, DJ. I'm gonna say, yeah, I was gonna say to 4 o'clock today, as long as we didn't get down below that 6:59. Now, if it closes up, if we get above it, I'll say all the way to 4 o'clock. How's that? But you can see I put a price alert right there. Well, I wouldn't be too quick, Happy Finn. You got this. Now here's the VWAP down here. I will put a price alert at the VWAP. I wouldn't be too quick. It looks normal. Okay, thanks again, Dave. Um, okay, guys. Now look what happened with the GEOS. I was saying that earlier you could have taken this. It held the VWAP. Sorry, it held the 200-day moving average and had a nice bounce. But now look at this. It actually triggered again at 1362, and it got down to well, it got down to the 200-day moving average again. So will that hold it again? Okay, well, okay, so 162. So when you say you're a little scared about how will I be able to see all these charts? Well, I mean, I'm sharing everything, so you can always get things from me, okay? But I mean, you might have your own trading style. I don't know how new you are when you say you're a newbie. Are you a newbie to trade ideas or just a newbie in general? If you're a newbie in general, before I would do it, I would take a look at the back to basics, okay? I don't know if you've already done that. Well, when you say help you with all, you're talking about these charts? When you say charts, are you talking about scans? Like this information, like the movers of the upside, the gap, and the halt resumes? Are you talking about these, or are you talking about literally the charts? I mean, the charts are up to you in terms of the time frame you want. Okay. I mean, these are just there's nothing special about these charts. I mean, I could give you exactly what they look like. But, the charts are just understand that I have got a 5 minute, a weekly, and a daily, and a monthly. Those are my time frames, but your time frames may be very different. You might want some people, want 2-minute charts and a 15, and they don't care about a monthly or a daily or a weekly. It's really up to you, I mean, but if you have no trading experience and you don't know what you want. So that's why I was suggesting that maybe you take a look at scroll down a bit, go to the education section right here, the more info. And if you haven't done this already, if you're brand new to trading, back to basics. Okay, there are 15 videos here. It's all free. I would maybe take a look at that before you jump in at all, because you know, I say it all the time. Trade Ideas, fabulous, fabulous program. Could not trade without it. But if you don't understand when you click on a symbol and when it loads into a chart, what the chart is, excuse me, what the chart is trying to tell you, then Trade Ideas is not going to help. Okay, so if you're not new to trading, then yeah, I would the other thing I would do then is just if you haven't done this already also, you may have already done it, is if you click on my homepage link, and this, the getting started. Whoops, click on the education section, the more info, and the getting started. If you haven't done that, you should probably do that also. You don't have to worry about the login first because you don't have the program, but I would take a look at all this. There'll be 11 videos for you. They're all short. That'll give you, an idea about what we're all about. I mean, I know you've been in the room. I don't know how long you've been in the room and you've seen what we do, but the bottom line for you, though, really, you can have anything that you see here, and because it's on my homepage. The charts are not because charts are usually charts are. when I say personal, I mean, not everybody wants these sort of timeframes, but the idea of being able to create a chart, like it's very, very simple just to have a chart and then create the different timeframes that you want. It's very, very simple to do. So the only one that really didn't do anything here, let's take a look at the CWK. I'm just looking at my gaps. So the CWK, it got, look what it did. It got right to where I thought it might stall. Now, look, I would have loved to have taken it right at 1564, had all sorts of chances to do it. And if I knew that it was going to get right to that 1597, sure. I always look at it this way, though, that when I see the next high looking left, I think that people will start to sell before that. If I knew they were going to start selling right there, fine. Going from 1564 to 1598 is great. Uh, gap, the gap, took a while, but 24.99, it worked a little bit. 25.34. This is, of course, the star of the day, the QDEL, 23.23. Pulling back. Not, it's starting now. See what I was saying about when you start to see that it flatten like this. Now, it doesn't mean I'm going to get out of my trade completely, but I will take a look at the 2 minute. More than likely, see how the 2 minute is now starting to turn orange, okay? Here and there. That means the trend is definitely weakening. Well, it is. It looks like it's trying to tell you that the trend is looks like it is weakening. So, a sign to, if you haven't taken anything off, I would certainly be taking some off here. And then the GEOS, you had two ways to play it. The first time it held the 200 moving average, had a beautiful jump off that. The 200 moving average around 1330, we'll call it, and it got up. I mean, it tacked on over $1. Then you had it. There was the original. Sorry, excuse me. The original alert was at 1362 to short, but you could have said, you know what? It broke the VWAP. I'm going to short it up here. So that's why I'm saying you can use it like a watch list. Yeah, it's the only thing I would say about the. Okay, here is the discount coupon. Oh, so click on my homepage link. I'm going to do this anyway for in general. Talk about my homepage one last time for the week. So click on my homepage link, and at the very top, here are the promo codes you can use. So you will not take out an annual subscription. Okay. So probably what you want to do is use Berry 25 and take out a standard monthly. If within a month you decide, man, I really like this, and you want to take out an annual, we'll honor the 25%. Okay. I wouldn't go premium, yet, and maybe never. I mean, it'll be up to you. Premium basically gives you access to the AI, but I would start off with a standard subscription. You can always, if at some point in time you decide you want to upgrade to a premium, you can do it. But I wouldn't do it right off the bat. I would start off with a standard monthly subscription. And again, if within a month you decide, man, I really like this, I'd like to take out an annual standard. And the reason for taking out annuals, your per month cost is lower, but we'll honor the 25%. So if I click on the get started now, I would click on monthly and then the blue bundle. Nope, not the blue. That is you know what? I haven't even I know what I did. Got a toggle here. Monthly. There we are. Monthly. So here it is, the blue bundle, 127 minus the 25%. Okay, minus the 25%. That's for the first month only. Okay. I believe it's going to end on approximately December 2nd. I say approximately. For sure, the email says December 2nd. Sometimes it's extended for a day, but you've got plenty of time. So if you wanted to take a look at the videos, the other thing about I know what Rick said about the manual, I wouldn't get too hung up on having to read the entire manual. Okay, there's a lot in the manual. It's like any other software program. You don't have to learn absolutely everything that's in the manual. I would concentrate on alert windows and top list windows. Okay, those are the sort of the basic building blocks of trade ideas. And things like putting sound alerts, a sound alert in a window, a price alert on a chart, things like that. I mean, I can show you all that. So I wouldn't get too bogged down on trying to look at that big manual. Well, too bad, guys. I don't like the looks of this. I don't like the looks of this at all right here. All right, guys. Well, it looks like I'm not going to hang around to 4 o'clock Eastern. This had to. Now, I put this price alert when it was up here. I said, you know what? If it doesn't break down through here, I'll hang around to 4 Eastern just out of joy. But nope, doesn't look like it's going to. Reset the alert. I will reset the alert though. Otherwise, I'm out of here around 2, unless there are questions. QDL is still a hold for me, guys. I mean, I've traded some out. Of course I have, but QDL is still a hold for me. I look, even looking at the 2 minute, it's not a big curve that curl down. It's just there's flat line on the 2 minute on the orange. See, sort of flat lining. It's not like a big curl down with a big orange bar, big wave down yet. Okay, so Obi says if I do leave around 2 o'clock, he will keep the main room open until sometime between 2:45 and 3. Thank you, Obi. William is back next week. So I think I forgot to mention my scan. So yeah, again, clicking on my homepage link. A couple other things I forgot. If you keep scrolling down, you can always sign up for the trade of the week too. This is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for the trade of the week before you contact us because you're not getting it, you don't think you're getting it, please check your spam folder first, or your promotions folder if you have Gmail. Sometimes it goes there immediately. Okay, before you contact us. Now, if you check those two folders and you're not getting it, then by all means contact us. We'll try to check your account to see what's going on. So my scans, here they are, and the trading room, guys. So this is main. Well, even people who come into the trading room every day, I don't know how exactly you're doing it, but all you have to do is save my homepage link, and then you can click here, and that'll get you into the trading room every day. For those of you on YouTube, there is another room called the trading room. You can come in here; it's free also. Because when I do leave, I have to shut YouTube down completely. I cannot keep it open, whereas the other room is still open after I leave. And the information scans, top lists, compare count windows. Here they are. So here's the continuation scan right here. Alts resumes down here. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actors up and down. And then over here, very active. So when this gets, a little bit boring, you're not getting too many new alerts. This is active all day, and that's the movers to the upside versus the movers to the downside. Yeah. So next week is a short week. Markets close on Thursday and a half a day on Friday. So we really have just Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday as full days next week. And that is for your Thanksgiving. Well, I have to say your Thanksgiving because it ain't my Thanksgiving. Yeah, that's what I said via Perry. I think I said that. Thursday's closed, half day Friday in terms of the market. Thank you, Rick. I appreciate that. How do I bite my tongue? Don't say anything stupid. Don't say anything stupid. Don't say anything stupid. Okay, guys. How about wow? Look at the Geos now. I mean, this now has turned into a nice short. I didn't. Unfortunately, I saw my break right here. Did not was not able to see it. If the gap takes out this VWAP down here, 24/7, I have to put a price alert down here and see if it does take that out. Especially the mark. Well, come on, blue bar here, blue bar, blue bar here. Glib K. This is something I have never seen before. Glib K, Class C, GCI Liberty. Never seen this before. This is a classification of stock of some sort. Never seen it before. All right, happy fin fan. Let me put a price alert at 660. See if that's where it closes. It'd be about an 8 point close, which is, remember now, before April or March, April, 3, 4 point moves in the SPY was pretty big. And then all of a sudden we had those days in April that went absolutely crazy. Huge, massive, massive range of the SPY. Up, down. Funny you say that. The result TV. The results are not good for most day traders. It's funny. I've now completely changed my perspective. I'm not as interested in the cheap ones anymore. The cheap low floaters. I'm not saying. I mean, that's what we used to. That's almost all I ever used to do. But I've really sort of switched my perspective. And it's not that I'm only looking for large cap stocks. Of course not. But I, I like these sort of stocks that are in the continuation scan. They are not generally low floaters. Just, I mean, it could be. They could be. It's not that I'm not saying it has to be a minimum float of whatever or a minimum market cap of whatever. It's just that most of the time you're not going to see those sort of stocks in there. And I'm actually finding it a lot. To use the word easier. They're just not as volatile. So am I going to get the massive percentage moves? No. But I'll take a QDEL. I'll take a couple of QDELs a day for the rest of my trading career. Seriously. Well, Thinkorswim is a broker. Okay, so I mean, Trade Ideas is not a broker, so 162. So you're not really comparing apples to apples. We're not a broker. Oh, if you're talking about the ease of use, okay, maybe I misunderstood what you meant. Oh, I see. Okay, yeah. I cannot comment on that because I don't ever had. It's not available. I don't think anyway. It's not available in Canada. But you know what? There are people that think interactive brokers is cumbersome. I don't know. I don't find it cumbersome at all. I mean, but then again, I have my only use of it is just trading stocks. Once you set up your order entry and you have your screen, I mean, I don't find it cumbersome at all. Is it pretty? No. But again, do I care if it's pretty? No. I'm much function over form. Definitely is way more important to me. It's pretty, eh, pretty ugly. It is ugly, I guess. But you know what? I have never. I can't remember what Questrade or Disnet. Those are the other two Canadian ones I used to have. But absolutely functional, and you hit the nail on the head. Stable. And I cannot remember. I actually cannot remember any time it froze on me. Whereas I know Questrade froze every now and then. Disnat froze every now and then. I cannot remember IV ever freezing on me. Yeah, I use Interactive Brokers. Yes, 162. Yeah, going on. Well, I think it'll be 10 years. 10 years, January of 2026. That's when yeah, 2016 is when I took out a subscription to it, and it's fantastic in terms of the connections. Quick like the tools, external linking. External linking. I'm not talking about Brokers Plus. I'm just talking about the ability to link. So when I click on a symbol, it loads into my order entry. It is super stable in that regard. Whereas I know some of the other ones are, and it's easy enough to do. Some of the other ones are, you got to, I mean, think or swim. I always hear people saying, well, you got to have it focus on a chart, or you can't have a small chart open. And I don't know. There's all sorts of crazy little things that I've never had to worry about because I've never had the program. But Interactive Brokers is a great, we link great. PTN from Monica. Let's take a look at PTN. Why do I think it is going to be? Oh, surprise me. No volume though. Wow, no volume, but only 48,000 shares, 0.05 normal. So no volume. I don't remember this. Ah, okay. Okay, so this looks a little crazy. So I'm not sure what happened here, guys. I mean, I this is May 7th, 2025, and then the next candle or bar is November. So I don't know if PTN stopped trading as PTN, and then a company did an IPO. Let me check my IPO list because they wanted that symbol. But I'm hearing, oh, I see, I see. I'm hearing it. It was halted, wasn't it? The volume just picked up. But let me check my IPO calendar. I don't think it's going to be here, but let me just check. Well, I know Poe's going to know. So what the heck happened with PTN? I'm sure it wasn't halted for all that time. Or maybe you'll know, Monica. Yeah, but if you're talking about this though, it stopped trading here. It stopped trading as PTN right here, and I don't think it was halted like until a few days ago. So typically, when you see that, that means that it stopped trading, maybe for whatever reason. At 11 cents, maybe got delisted. Some company wanted this though, but I do remember this company, Palatine. I do remember it. Anyway, for me, it's a mystery. Yeah, somebody's been talking about the gap. Gap is back at 25, curling, a little bit of a curl here. You know, so here's BBWI, guys. So if it takes out the VWAP, this might present a short opportunity for me again. Or will this act as support? Yeah, you know, I mean, breaking down through 15, fairly psychological. The VWAP is at 1486 right there. Alondra, are you still in the room in our YouTube room? Alondra, just wondering how you've been finding this. I actually thought that we wouldn't see anything under the VWAP, but then I just clicked on nerdy and it is under the VWAP. So it's working the way it's supposed to. So, up almost 10% for the day, but it's under the VWAP. All right. Well, here's one for you who don't mind looking at stocks under a dollar. Mimi, MIMI. I mean, we're not talking that long ago. October 6th, this stock was at $9.30 now, and 30 cents in about, what, 6 weeks. Whoa, 660 SPY. Well, you were saying it might close there, but so you've got some buffer now, especially if it moves above and then it comes back down into it. I know you said 660, so we're right there now. That is actually, Rick, that's one I have thumbnailed. Hmm. And see how it held the wave? See how it got parabolic right here? See how the wave expanded and now it's just beautiful, just inching and inching and inching its way up. Geos, guys, boy, this is two opportunities on the short side, one on the short side and one on the long side to trade that one. ADPT. Last time we saw this one, yeah, doing this. Beautiful wave. Just so right there is where if you had taken this one down here, say it's 730, 1730, okay? And it got up to what, 1851, and then you see this move here. Absolutely, I would take some off. But not everything, because it did not. The wave continued to be blue, and then you can still ride it, keep riding it for a while. No, MNDR, guys, is something that is again thumbnailed, so I see what's happening. A little bit of a move, but here is the VWAP. So you might want to wait for a VWAP break. Well, that's a little more like it, guys. I've only had 5 alerts. I mean, probably the max I'd like is 10 over the course of the day. So we only had 5, maybe a little light, probably, maybe 7 or 8 alerts, especially if they're spaced out like they were today. Look at the times. These were fairly close, but the CWK and the gap were fairly close. But after that, everything is really spaced out. Not unlike yesterday. If you're here yesterday, it was crazy. Well done, Todd. Hard though, isn't it? Though you reach your daily goal, and then you, yeah, I'm not going to do anything. And then you, well, wait a minute though. What about this one? So the only way you can do that in terms of being spectator mode is turn off, get out of here. Get out of here. Okay. I don't want to see you posting. I don't want to see, and I'm going to check the list of names. You got to get out of here. You've got to shut down trade ideas because it's almost impossible. If you're going to keep looking at this stuff, you're going to get tempted. Not that I want you to leave, Todd, but yeah. Boy, look how flat this is now. This is actually pretty interesting on the QDEL. Still keeping me in the trade. Now, the only reason I got to get rid of that grumpy is because it'll drive people crazy having to stare at that. But I'll give you your moment of glory. It wouldn't be bad if there were a lot, if if there's a lot of posts underneath, and then it would disappear. But Tyra Banks, TYRA, guys, this is yeah, this was a very interesting one yesterday. Huge day yesterday, closed at the high, and little continuation. That's TYRA. I don't know what happened yesterday. Okay, guys. Well, I am just watching the SPY right now. Hey, ESTC, maybe a break underneath 71 now. Break under 71, underneath the VWAP. Wave is coming down. Of course, it's got a ton of room, but earnings play was yesterday. Sorry, it is today. The had earnings after hours, so this is the reaction. Today is the reaction. Yeah, you too, Rick. Probably has room down to about 70. I'm just looking at the 5-minute chart. I'm not saying it's getting there. I'm just saying when you look at it at the 5-minute, That is the next low on a 5-minute chart, $70. Oh, yeah, definitely a lot of room below. I mean, the low today was 68, and on a monthly chart, you've gotta go. So how far back am I going right now? There's 2023. So 2023, so August of, yeah, $57. I mean, if you look at a monthly chart, that's 69 right there, but remember, it did get down to that level. So if it took out the low of the day again, and then on a monthly chart anyway, $57. I'm not saying it's gonna get there, but definitely have to watch this one on Monday and see what happens with it. Funny, I haven't seen Olma at all today. Hasn't hit any of my scans. Yeah, so it's kind of flat. So, and yeah, the relative volume is pretty low. So that's why it's not hitting any of my scans. Yeah, I didn't have it thumbnailed. Just a little bit below the close of yesterday. Well, you know what? Why not? Put a price alert just a little bit higher than yesterday's close, say 22.10. See if it gets there. If it does, it's got that room, 20, almost $25, yesterday's high. Hmm. Well, hit it already. All right. I can see QDell's making another little move here, just a little one. Whoa, yeah, this is a nice move. This is a nice move. Okay, I got rid of all this. This to me did not look good. I thought, oh man, more of the same. Sell off. But yeah, this is a nice move. I wonder if anybody talking. Pepe. So this, I don't, there's probably something out there that I could also, but it has to be copyable. But the economic calendar that I'm using, it's crazy. Now it's probably, it's probably this is the first time I've been using it since we went back to standard time, and it's an hour late. It's an hour late, okay, because all this was happening at 10 o'clock, and I have no idea how to change it. Contact them, or I don't know what time zone this is originating from, but my computer clock, everything is on Eastern time zone. But this may be happening because I was forced to start using this one because what I was using before, they stopped giving it for free. And so this might be the first time since standard time that I've been using this. It's kind of weird because now we had a bunch of Michigan numbers at 10 o'clock. Again, this is, it's an hour out. It is, and it's probably something super simple. I just forget to keep, at the end of the day, doing it or take a look at it. Gives a lot of information. Like it's basically world information. I find that it takes a while to load because it gets very sluggish. But anyway, that's what I've been using, and I can just copy all this, and that's what I paste in the morning. So Ken asks, it's a good question. Why do you need customized scans when you can just use the race to find movers and shakers? Is that not enough action? I was using the races before, but I sort have. I've always been used to stocks like being able to put a trigger. And while the races, absolutely, I was using the races before, and sure, you can find the movers, and I was using it for several months, but I just decided, I went back to being able to create my personal scans and getting what I like to see in terms of the trigger. In these cases, the new high or new low of the day. Doesn't mean you're right. Races are fine, but I had to make it. I really like the gap scan, and then I really started to like this compare count window. And I didn't want to so I really just wanted to focus on two things. But it's up to you. Of course, Ken, that's completely up to you. That's why we have different ways of presenting our data. It's nice to have options. Wow, look at this flatlining now on this QDEL. It's shortable for me. Yeah, it is. In case it just really starts to give it up. Well, Ken, did that make sense? You're a good question, though. But it's all because we are so flexible at the way we can present data. To some races are excellent, and I don't mind races. Don't get me wrong, I don't mind races. But for a lot of us, including myself, I still kind of enjoyed creating my own scan with a trigger that I want to see. But I also like this. I mean, this compare count window. I really like it. Well, I didn't set it to anything, but okay. Because I haven't, but okay, it is probably automatically set there. Okay. Let me take a look at it. I knew there'd be and I'm sure I could have figured it out. I just forget, because it happens early in the morning, and I say, "Man, why is that happening?" I have to remember, and then I just forget. 6 hours later, I just I've sort of forgotten that happens. But let's see. That means I'll have to switch it back when we go back to daylight savings time. So you're talking about this drop down menu, right? Boy, it's a very sluggish website. Takes a while to load. Okay, where's time? Ah, here's something cool. I didn't know that. So I can get rid of all these other ones. I can just pick United States. Well, that didn't work. It didn't quite. Boy, that didn't work. We're getting another. I'll take a look at this later. I don't see where I can set the time though. But it's a pretty cool website though. I mean, it's got a lot of stuff in it. All and it's free. Okay, at the calendar page. Okay. Oh, I mean the thing that's man. It's just is it my it can't be just my computer, but it is a really sluggish website. You mean the thing that's staring at me right there that says UTC -4? That? Thank you, as always. Well, it seems like I can limit it just to, US stuff, but I wonder how many times you've said that, "My pleasure as always, sir," or a facsimile of. And that, of course, you're always saying that because I'm asking you, pestering you for years. Much appreciated. Well, you're too polite to say it, even if I were. So, but thank you anyway. All right, guys. Well, it's 2 o'clock now. I know I said I would stay around. Do I have to? I said I'd hang around if the spy was over this area right here. Maybe I'll go to 2:30, and then I'll shut it down. You don't even have to stay later. It will be unless you want to. What is my opinion on focusing on a float percentage between 10 and 25%? Okay, so it's a question from our YouTube room. What's my opinion of it? I mean, I don't do it. Okay, I don't do it. I don't put any float information at all. Okay. Um, if a stock is moving really a lot, of course, normally it's going to have a low float. Okay, just because it's hard for a stock to be up 100% if it's got a billion in the float, so I don't actually use any float information, but the usual reason for what you're talking about is the so-called squeeze, right? So I mean, if that's what you're kind of looking for, stocks that might be getting squeezed because of a high float, short float percent. Okay, I'm just not looking specifically for those sort of stocks. But for instance, the SGBX. Now, when you say between 10 to 25, why would you limit yourself? Um, SGBX, probably, it has 26% short flow percent. It probably has something to do with the fact that it did this for 3 days. It did have some news. And of course, so with that, it's a low float to begin with, and then of that float, 26% is short. But did I need to have this in order to see this? No. I think, if you want to have, is it interesting to know? I guess so, but I don't scan on it, if that makes sense. I don't use it as a filter, but I have my single stock window here. So, I can always sort of see some of the information that I'm interested. Don't get me wrong, I'm interested in it, but I could say to myself, well, okay, 26% short. Maybe that's the reason why but I don't necessarily need a reason. I don't have to pigeonhole it saying, well, this is the reason it's going up because it's a squeeze, if that makes sense. But if that's all you want to focus on, I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. I wouldn't necessarily put an upper range, though. I'd probably put a minimum range if you want to put 10 or a minimum value. I don't know why you're going to limit it to, say, 25% max. Is there a reason why you picked 10 and 25, or was that just very random? I'm talking to Ken in our YouTube room. Somebody mentioned Beyond Meat this morning, and is it sub $1? Wow. So, here's the short float. Now, I don't know if it's still that low. I think, when it was doing this, the short float percent was very high, I think. So what I would do, Ken, I mean, if you really just want to see stocks that have like a fairly high float percentage, I wouldn't put a max. If you want to put 10 as your min or 15 as your min, I wouldn't put a max though. Why would you limit it? Because what you're saying, it's just sort of random. So unless there was something that you read somewhere that I would just put the minimum. And then the best thing to do is, you just create it and you see what you get. I mean, are you getting stocks that you really want to follow? With other filters in place too, but boy, Beyond Meat, crazy. Well, the nice thing about creating scans, or even races, I mean, you could create a race based on that too. But is that, it's we're so flexible. You can put whatever number you want in and then test it to see what sort of results you're getting. You're getting too many results, then you up, and it won't necessarily mean the full percentage that you're getting too many results, but you fiddle around with the minimum volume. I like to have relative volume in virtually every single one of my scans. So if you're getting too many alerts, then you start increasing some of the values you're using, or even introduce a new filter. So then you run it like that, and then if you're not getting enough, then you start to relax things. It can vary from week to week depending on the market. I could have said yesterday, running this thing that was full, even though this is the don't repeat, it was full of different stocks all day long. I could have said, "Oh man, I better adjust my filters for today, for the next day." Well, that was just a bizarre day yesterday. That's what was happening. So I wouldn't adjust it. Now, if it kept happening over and over again, remember this is just the repeating version. It looks like there's a lot of symbols, but there aren't. Only five different symbols for the whole day. Yeah, so only you can determine how many is too many. I'm talking to Ken in our YouTube room. Only you can determine, well, how many is too many results, or how few are too few, and then you just sort of make adjustments. How's the weather up north in Vancouver? We're not, remember, we don't get a real winter. Like, we're not like the rest of Canada. There have been some winters, we may get one snowfall. I don't even call it a snowfall. It might snow a couple times, like two different times, and it's gone the next day. So we're not a true winter climate. When I used to golf a lot, I could golf all winter. Now, those of you who live in warm, like Pepe is saying, there's no way he would golf. And if it was like 30, 38 or 40 degrees, but just dress for it. And of course, I'm using Fahrenheit for you metrically challenged individuals to this. Well, good questions today, though. I still think the room is underutilized. I think people could ask me a lot more questions. I just have a feeling that people don't want to. They think you're bothering me, or they think a question might be stupid or something. There are no stupid questions, honestly. If you're starting out trading, even if you think you're an advanced trader, there really, honestly, there are no stupid questions. No, I'm waiting for Grumpy to post one. Sure, I'll say that out loud, Obi. No, no, no. Very quiet day in our AI today. This is a day, only one alert. Nothing really happened out of it. The computer doesn't work. Have you plugged it in? Oh, not bad though, Jiggy P. I'll call you Jiggy P. All right, guys. Well, yeah, the market is the gap is now over. It's putting a little bit of a maybe a late day run, maybe a late day run on earnings. High of the day, it's not that far away, 25.36. That I don't know. I'll ask somebody in the room. I have no idea. I know you obviously you're talking about fractional shares. You can buy fractional shares of stocks. So the question in the YouTube room: can you buy fractional shares of ETFs like the Qs, SoxL, UPRO, etc.? I don't know. Can you? Anybody know that? Probably you could do a little chat GPT and it'll tell you. But anybody know offhand? Can you fractional shares? Can you buy them with ETFs? Fractional shares ETFs. Give me a moment.
You can buy fractional shares of ETFs, exchange traded funds. What are fractional ETF shares? Fractional shares allow you to purchase a portion of a single share of an ETF, just like with stocks.
All right. I just asked Gemini, so you probably heard that answer, Ken. So as Pepe is saying, also, now are you the real Pepe? Depends on your.
Appreciate your question.
Oops.
I am Gemini, a large language model trained by Google.
Yeah, you are Gemini. I love you. Um, so he says depends on the brokerage too. So it sounds like it. Todd is saying in Vanguard. What are you listening? What are you doing, Todd? Tell me the truth. You buy stock? Buy anything? Oh, okay, okay. The reason I say that is we have a strong poster called Pepe. I wasn't sure if, that was you. Okay, well, welcome then, Pepe 7962. Guys, I mentioned ESTC a little earlier on that 70 break. Look what it's doing. Oh, it is you. Oh, that just started today. I'm sorry. See, I read that too quickly. I thought it said that I just started today. Oh, it is you. Okay. You know, Todd, I have access to your account through Trade Ideas. You know that. So I can actually check to see. Now Todd is sweating. Of course I'm just kidding. Of course I'm just kidding. We don't we have access to nobody's accounts. I've never tried. I mean, we've got a chat GPT, Ken, that people have used to create a scan, I guess. I've never used it. GPT help. So if you click on new and then GPT help, I guess you can give it some information and maybe it'll create a scan for you. I've never used it though. If I were starting out, Pepe, you've used this, right? So is this correct? If I were starting out, GPT help, let's see what it says. Trade it. So if I said, I'm not going to do it, but if I said, okay, show me stocks, a million shares have traded, up 10% from yesterday's close, up 2% from the open, relative volume is 4, and making a new high of the day. Well, let's see. Oh, but I have to type it in. I cannot speak it. That's no good. All right, so I did something really simple. So you have to. I thought it, so it doesn't actually create the scan for you. It just tells you how to do it. I guess tells you what filters to look at, and then you create the scan. So maybe in another advanced version down the road, maybe it'll actually create the scan with a link. Maybe, but I just said, show me stocks to trading that have traded a million shares between $1 and $50, just to start. That so it is cool. I mean, at least it'll get you going. You know what filters to use. Man, boy, look at QDEL, guys. Another little move here. Yeah, nice way to end the week if this holds. What time is it now? I have about an hour and 40 minutes left. No, I will not hold QDL overnight. I mean, it's possible. I mean, it's got a lot of. I just don't hold things overnight, Faith, especially over the weekend, and especially who knows what's going to happen on Monday morning. I mean, would I hold it if I thought the market was still going to, continue to maybe to move higher on Monday, and that we're over all this? But I still don't have the complete faith that just because we've had this nice. It's a big move. It's a big move. Remember, this is where the market was yesterday. No, it isn't. It's halfway to where the market high was yesterday. But I know you asked me when have I sold. So I have sold some, but I'm holding. I'm still, but because of the wave, I kept holding. So we're about halfway. We're about halfway right now to that where it was yesterday. Because if I let's pretend that I thought, okay, maybe I would want to hold this. Where am I going to put my stop? And how is it 100% that Monday morning I wake up and it hasn't blown through my stop? No, I mean that can happen. It's not just a weekend hold, but I mean you're right. I mean it's obviously still has room, but no, I'm not holding it. You raise an interesting question though, Ken. I'm going to put myself on mute just for a second.
With your specifications. High volume, low to mid price scan. You'll need to configure two main filters, one for price and one for volume. One, price filter settings. This sets the range for the stock price.
Well, that's pretty wild, guys. I basically said to Gemini, listen, I'm using a program called Trade Ideas. I just gave. Can you build me a scan shares minimum of 1 million shares are traded, price between 1 and 50? I just wanted to get something very basic, and boy, it, it found it. Pretty wild. So even using to answer your question, Ken, yeah, you can use Gemini. And the nice thing is that you can talk and you can speak to it. Just tell it you're using the program called Trade Ideas for scanning. Start off like with that, and it found it, and then yeah, it basically showed you what to do. I think Gemini is awesome. I truly think it's awesome. I mean, I know there's others out there, but I think Gemini is awesome. What I really like about it is it creates a thread. So you've asked, if you ask something and then you ask something that's sort of an offshoot of what you asked, it continues on like just like you're having a conversation. It says, "Oh, I saw you asked about that movie. Well, here are the actors." It's very, very interactive, very simple. It really is. You're planning a trip somewhere. Boy, you just have to say, "Okay, I'm going to I don't know, Bogota. Tell me what should I?" I mean, I know you can do this, in general, but it is so conversational. What things should I see? What hotel should I stay at? There you go. I don't know what the major difference is between GPT and Gemini. I couldn't tell you. Never really used Chat GPT. I just like Gemini because I can speak to it, and no matter how muddled, sometimes I sort of muddle up the question. It doesn't seem to matter. So we're getting off topic here, but this is what a Friday afternoon is for. And I thought Apple is going to be using Gemini. They'll probably still call it Sirius, but I thought I read that they're going to be using the same, whatever the programming is or whatever the term is. I'm sure they're still going to call it Siri, but they're doing something with Gemini. Plus, the guy's voice doesn't sound like a robot. And I know you can change voices, but I mean, this is whatever. This is the default. Even CWK, if I were so inclined, I would take this one. I mean, it's still got room. Well, let's see. Let's see, Ken. And ask, and I tell you when insider buying has occurred? Okay, well, let's for fun.
Here are the Apple AAPL insider transactions reported in the last week, specifically around November 14th, 2025, which is the latest filing date found, covering transactions.
So the answer to your question is yes. Okay, I just picked Apple as an example. I said, show me the transactions over the last week. So the answer to your question is yes. Well, and you can use it for just the most obscure, stupid things too. And watching an old movie or something, and you see an actor that, or somebody said, "I recognize that guy. I wonder what his name is." But and all you know is the character's name in the movie. So you just say, "Hey, there's a guy named Tom in the movie XYZ from 1999. Who's the actor?" It's amazing, and it takes so little time. It just finds it. All right, let's see if you can answer that.
Meta, as part of a pre-established trading plan, Rule 10b-51. Based on recent filings, one of the latest recorded sales was on August 13th, 2025. He sold a total of $814,230 worth of Class A. The sales were
There you go. Okay. So get yourself Gemini, guys. Question was from Ken. When did Zuckerberg last buy or sell Meta shares? Dear Gemini, when will Poe get a 200% gain? Well, you don't want to know the answer. That's mean, Obi. That's mean. Well, listen, guys. We're off. A little bit of fun on a Friday afternoon. It's been a long time since we've gotten so way off topic. But I guess, is it really off topic? I mean, you can use Gemini to find out information about stocks and all that very quickly. I guess it's not really off topic. Yeah, the magic 8 ball. Yeah. Change your name to Mr. Warren Buffett. I don't know if he's ever well, a 200% gain. Yeah, just not overnight. You got to wait a few years. Give me a moment here. I'm going to try something also. Based on the screen you saw,
It's tricky to say for sure, but Meta's ongoing investments in AI and the metaverse, which have been raising.
what I did, okay, I basically took a screenshot of, and it's trying to predict where it could go. This was Meta. Somebody was doing that earlier. Are you in the room? I don't think you're in the room right now. Somebody was doing that. They were taking a screenshot and then asking Gemini, where could this stock go in the next hour? If that happens and it turns out to be pretty good, I'm out of a job. Alps, guys. 176, next high looking left. Yeah, well, at least what we did, we recovered from the 10 point drop. At least we recovered from that. Now, on Monday, if we get right back up to that level, okay, then maybe we've got something going. The price alert set right up here. Doesn't have to be on Monday, but if we start approaching that level, a few, what we want, what I want to see is a few positive bars in a row. All right, guys. Well, listen, it is 2:37, so I'm probably going to take off now, and I'll probably shut the room down. I don't think you don't want to stick around, do you? 2:45 or 3. If you do, fine. Ah, okay. So Mike asked a question about adjusting the timing on trade ideas. So you're talking about, okay. So Obi says, so when I shut down, when I leave, I'm going to shut the room down. So are you talking about how to adjust the time zone? Is that what you mean, Miko? Okay. So click on tools, options. So click on tools from the toolbar and then click on options. Once you've clicked on tools, and then you see where it says time options. Here's how you, now, this is what I do. Because I'm always talking Eastern time, okay? So even though I'm on the West Coast, Vancouver, even though but I've set I just to make it so simple for me, I have set my computer time to East Coast, and so that when I say local time, that means it's looking at my computer time. So everything you see here is always going to be Eastern time zone. It just makes it easier when we're talking about, well, what time did this happen, rather than trying to decipher, well, what time zone are you in and all. Now, if you don't want to do that, then you just pick the time zone. Okay, you just pick whatever time zone you're in. So you don't want to. So if you're in the Eastern time zone, it's pretty simple. But so you could have your computer at a different time zone, but trade ideas in whatever time zone you want. So you just pick your time zone. Okay. So you're talking about 9:30. You're talking about the open, like, well, when you say match the stock market, well, what do you mean by that exactly? I mean, the market opens at 6:30 Pacific time, 9:30 Eastern time. So it depends what you mean by what you want to match the stock market. Maybe I'm not explaining it correctly. All right. Well, I will assume you just have to pick. Eastern time zone. So UTC -5 is the Eastern time zone. Ah, that's what Pepe is saying. Okay. Yeah, right at the top. I guess that's the default because most people, because when we talk stocks, we're all, New York. Well, it's in the exchanges are in New York, so that's why every time I see here, this is New York time, Eastern time zone. I live in two worlds. And don't forget to save your work, okay? When you make a change like that, you have to save your layout to reflect the fact that you made a change like that. You too, Miko. All right, guys, I think that's it. I think I doubt if we're gonna have this big drop. I think it looks pretty good right now, consolidating up in this area. Stub, it's interesting because I had stub thumbnail for so long. It was an awesome short. It was this day here, or no, it was the day it had earnings this date, and then the next day, and the next day, and the next day. And it's basically a lifetime low. I mean, it's right at the very low. Disastrous IPO so far. High 27 2 months ago, $10 now. And here it is right there, stub. Okay, guys, any last minute questions? I will hang around if there are any last minute questions. Otherwise, I'm just going to have to don't have to, but I want to thank everybody for all the help all week long. So I will stick around. Or any last minute questions? And remember, over the weekend, if you do want to take out a subscription, oops. Appreciate that, Faith. So again, if you want to take out a subscription, you can use my promo. Click on my homepage link, use my promo, either Barry 25 or Barry 30 if you're looking for a premium annual. Okay. So here are the promo codes you can use. Yeah, you too, Ozzy. You have a question? Okay. Naya Kim. It's a good question. What's the difference between our standard and our premium service? So the main difference is the AI. Okay, no, obviously nothing really happened today. That's the main difference. That's the reason why most people want to have access to our to the premium service. Okay, so that's number one. Number two, if you're into now, you do have 20 charts instead of 10. Standard service, you can have 10 charts. Premium service, you can have 20. That's another difference. The other maybe major difference, though most people don't do it, but is the back testing. So if you created a scan and you wanted to say back test it over the last 3 months to see how well it would have worked if you took every single trade in that scan, then you have access to that unlimited back testing in our premium plan. Those are the But the main difference has to be the AI. Okay, no problem. All right, stick around for another minute or so, and if there are no questions, I will take off. I don't have to. In a good mood. Okay, I don't see any. So I'm going to shut down YouTube right now. So bye, YouTubers.